I've been standing over open graves for 23 years, and I can tell you that the earth doesn't lie. My name is Morris, and I'm the head groundskeeper at Oakmont Cemetery. Most people think my job is just mowing grass and keeping the headstones clean, but the real work happens below ground. I know every plot, every section, every quirk of the soil. I know which areas flood in spring, which graves settle faster, and which families visit on holidays. After 2 decades, you develop an instinct for when something's wrong. You feel it in your bones before your eyes confirm it. The Brennan family contacted us in late September about relocating their mother's remains. Standard procedure, they were moving out of state and wanted her closer. Margaret Brennan had been buried in Plot 14J back in 2015, a peaceful spot under the old maple trees in the north section. I remembered the funeral, small service, maybe 20 people. Her daughter Sarah had held it together until they lowered the casket, then broke down completely. That's the part of this job that never gets easier, watching grief crack people open. We scheduled the exhumation for a Thursday morning, early, before the cemetery opened to visitors. The crew arrived at 6:30. There was me, two of my guys, Pete and Carlos, and a representative from the funeral home. Sarah Brennan was there too, which isn't uncommon. Some families need to witness it. She stood about 30 feet back, arms wrapped around herself, despite the warm morning, watching as we marked out the plot and started removing the sod. The digging went smoothly. The vault was right where it should be, 8 years of settled earth above it. We rigged the chains, and the vault lifted clean. Standard gray concrete, no water damage, no cracks. When we opened it, the casket looked perfect, bronze finish still gleaming, seal intact. Sarah had brought photos from the funeral, spread them out on a folding table we'd set up. She wanted to compare, to make sure everything was as it should be before we transported her mother. That's when things stopped making sense. We opened the casket, and at first glance, everything seemed fine. Margaret Brennan lay in her blue dress, hands folded over her chest, the same pearl necklace visible at her throat. But Sarah moved closer, photos in hand, and her face went pale. She didn't say anything at first, just stared, then held up one of the pictures for me to see. In the funeral photo, Margaret's hands were folded right over left, fingers interlaced gently. In the casket before us, they were left over right and not interlaced, one hand gripping the other. It was subtle, the kind of thing you might miss if you weren't looking carefully, but once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it. That's not how she was, Sarah whispered. My mother always folded her hands right over left. Always, since I was a child. The funeral director's rep shifted uncomfortably. He started explaining about settling, about movement during transport, but I'd transported enough caskets to know that sealed caskets don't just rearrange themselves. And there was something else. I leaned in closer, and that's when I saw the interior lining. The satin padding inside the casket lid was torn. Not aged or deteriorated, torn. Long scratches ran through the fabric, down to the wood beneath. Deep gouges that had stripped away the satin in ragged lines. The pattern was unmistakable. Fingernails. Someone had clawed at the inside of that lid with enough force to shred through thick fabric and score the wood. My stomach dropped. I've heard the stories. Everyone in this business has. Premature burial, people waking up in caskets. But this was 2015. We have protocols, medical certifications, waiting periods. And Margaret Brennan had died of cancer in hospice care. She'd been dead for 3 days before the funeral. I looked at Margaret's hands again. Her fingernails were intact, perfectly manicured, the same pale pink polish from the funeral. I lifted one hand gently. I shouldn't have, but I needed to see. Beneath the nail of her index finger, caught in the thin space between nail and skin, was a splinter of wood. Dark, fresh-looking, not aged at all. I set her hand back down exactly as I'd found it and stepped away from the casket. My heart was hammering. Pete had seen it too. I could tell by the way he'd gone quiet, backing up toward the equipment truck. Carlos was staring at the scratches on the lid, his lips moving like he was praying. Sarah was crying now, soft and broken. "What does this mean?" she asked. "What does this mean, Morris?" I didn't have an answer. The funeral director's rep was making calls, his voice low and urgent. I walked the perimeter of the plot, needing space, needing air. That's when I noticed something else. The earth around plot 14J was different from the surrounding graves. It was looser, darker, like it had been disturbed more recently than 8 years ago. I knelt down and pushed my fingers into the soil. It was soft, aerated, nothing like the compressed earth you'd expect from nearly a decade of settling. We had procedures for situations like this: documentation, reports, possible investigations. But as I stood there, looking at that casket, with its torn lining and rearranged hands, I made a decision. Some things don't need to be documented. Some things are better left as mysteries, because the alternatives are worse. I told Sarah we'd seen some settling, some natural movement, nothing to worry about. I told the funeral director's rep the same thing. I made sure the photographs we took that day showed only what they needed to show: a successful exhumation, a casket ready for transport. When I filed the paperwork later, I noted the relocation as routine. No complications, no anomalies. But I kept the splinter. I don't know why. Maybe as proof, maybe as a warning. It's in my desk drawer, wrapped in tissue paper, locked away where no one else will find it. Sometimes, late at night, when I'm closing up the cemetery office, I take it out and look at it. The wood is still dark, still fresh looking, even after all this time. I never told anyone about the other thing I found that day. When we were cleaning up, preparing to seal the casket for transport, I did one final check of the interior. That's when I saw them, more scratches, hidden beneath where her hands had been resting. Not random gouges, but shapes, letters. It took me a moment to make them out, and when I did, my blood went cold. She'd scratched a word into the wood beneath her hands, over and over, the letters overlapping, frantic, desperate. Awake. We sealed the casket. We loaded it onto the transport truck. We filled in the grave and replaced the sod, and by noon, Plot 14J looked like it had never been touched. Sarah left with her mother, heading to a cemetery 3 states away, and I went back to my normal routine: mowing, trimming, checking plots. But I think about Margaret Brennan every single day. I think about those scratches, about that word carved beneath her hands. I think about how peaceful she looked, how perfect, despite everything. And I think about all the other graves in Oakmont, all the other caskets sealed and buried in the quiet earth. How many of them are sleeping, and how many are awake? I don't check anymore. I don't want to know. I just maintain the grounds, keep the grass cut, and try not to think about what's happening 8 feet below my boots. But sometimes, on quiet mornings when the mist hangs low over the headstones, I swear I can feel it, a trembling in the earth, like something breathing. The soil doesn't lie. And sometimes, the truth is something you don't want to dig up. There are expressions you expect to see on the dead, and then there are expressions you pray you never will. My name is Director Reeves, and I've been running Westfield Funeral Home for 16 years. I've prepared thousands of bodies, sat with countless grieving families, and learned to maintain composure in situations that would break most people. In this profession, you become intimate with death in ways that the living can't comprehend. You learn to see past the horror, past the sadness, to the simple mechanics of it all. A body is a body. The person is gone. What remains is just tissue and memory. That's what I used to believe anyway. Thomas Halloway died on a Tuesday in March of 2023. Heart attack, sudden, at his kitchen table. He was 67 years old, survived by his daughter, Rebecca, and a sister he hadn't spoken to in 15 years. Rebecca called us within an hour of his death. She'd found him when she stopped by for their weekly dinner. She was remarkably composed for someone who'd just lost her father, calm and businesslike as she made arrangements over the phone. The body arrived at our facility that evening. Standard preparation. We'd have 2 days before the viewing. I assigned the embalming to Marcus, one of our senior technicians, but I stopped by the prep room to take initial notes. That's when I first saw Thomas Halloway's face. He looked peaceful. That's the word I wrote in my notes. Peaceful. His features were relaxed, mouth closed in a neutral line, brow smooth. His face held that particular stillness that comes after the muscles finally release their last bit of tension. It's a look I'd seen 10,000 times before. Nothing unusual, nothing wrong. Marcus did excellent work, as always. The embalming went smoothly, the cosmetics were applied with care, and Thomas was dressed in the navy suit his daughter had selected. When I reviewed Marcus's work the next morning, I noted how natural Thomas looked, how well the preparation had preserved his peaceful expression. The viewing was scheduled for Friday afternoon, with the funeral on Saturday, followed by burial at Riverside Cemetery. Rebecca arrived early for the viewing, before any other guests. She wanted a private moment, she said. I led her to the viewing room, where her father lay in an open mahogany casket, surrounded by flower arrangements she'd carefully selected. She stood in the doorway for a long moment, just looking, and I waited nearby in case she needed support. Then she walked to the casket, and I heard her breath catch. "That's not right," she said. I moved closer. "Is there something you'd like adjusted? The positioning of his face." She was staring at her father's expression, her own face going pale. "That's not his face." I looked down at Thomas Halloway. He looked exactly as he had that morning when I'd done my final check. Peaceful, composed, features relaxed in death's natural repose. "I assure you, Miss Halloway, your father looks very natural. The preparation was." "He's smiling." Her voice was barely a whisper. "My father never smiled like that." I looked again. Thomas's mouth was closed in the same neutral line I'd noted before. There was no smile, no upturn of the lips, nothing that could be construed as an expression beyond simple stillness. I started to explain this gently. Grief can make us see things, project emotions onto the deceased, imagine features that aren't there. But Rebecca had already turned away, her hand over her mouth. She spent the rest of the private viewing at a distance, never approaching the casket again. When other guests began to arrive, she received them near the back of the room, as far from her father as the space allowed. The viewing lasted 3 hours. 50 or so people paid their respects. I monitored everything from my usual position near the door, making sure the family was comfortable, that the room temperature was appropriate, that everything ran smoothly. It was a typical service: quiet conversations, soft tears, people approaching the casket to pay their final respects. But something bothered me. Every person who approached Thomas's casket would pause, study his face for a moment longer than usual, and then quickly step back. A few guests commented to Rebecca about how peaceful he looked, but their voices held an odd note, uncertain, like they were trying to convince themselves. One older woman, a neighbor, stopped me on her way out. "He looks happy," she said, but her eyes were troubled. "I've never seen him look that happy." After the guests left, we closed the casket and secured it for the night. The funeral home was quiet as I did my evening rounds, checking locks, shutting off lights, setting the alarm system. I should have gone home. It was past 8, and I'd been there since 6 that morning. But something pulled me back to the viewing room. I stood in the doorway, looking at the closed casket. The room felt different in the darkness, the flower arrangements casting strange shadows in the dim security lighting. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that grief is contagious, and Rebecca's distress had affected me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I crossed the room and opened the casket. Thomas Halloway was smiling, not broadly, not grotesquely, but unmistakably. The corners of his mouth had turned up in a subtle curve that definitely hadn't been there that morning. It was the kind of smile you'd give when you knew something others didn't, knowing, almost smug. The expression transformed his entire face, made him look like a different person. I stood there, my hand still on the casket lid, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Post-mortem muscle contractions, rigor mortis effects, temperature changes causing tissue movement. But I'd been in this business too long to believe those explanations. The embalming process prevents those kinds of changes. The chemicals fix everything in place. Bodies don't rearrange themselves after preparation. I closed the casket and backed away. My hands were shaking, something that hadn't happened to me since my first year in the business. I left the room, locked the door, and went to my office. I pulled Thomas Halloway's file and reread every note, every detail of his preparation. Everything was standard, proper, perfect. Then I saw the intake form, the section where we note any distinguishing features or special considerations. Marcus had written, subject's facial muscles notably rigid during prep, difficulty achieving neutral expression, recommend extended setting time. I called Marcus at home. He answered on the third ring, his voice groggy with sleep. The Halloway prep, I said. You noted difficulty with the facial muscles. There was a pause. Yeah, it was weird, actually. Usually, after death, the face relaxes completely, you know? But his muscles kept tensing up, almost like he was fighting it. I had to work on him for nearly an hour before I could get his mouth to stay closed properly. How did you leave him? Neutral, completely neutral. I checked 3 times before I finished. I thanked him and hung up. I didn't tell him what I'd seen. I didn't tell anyone. The funeral proceeded the next morning. Rebecca requested that the casket remain closed, which was unusual but not unheard of. She stood through the service with her arms wrapped tightly around herself, barely speaking, barely crying. Just before we loaded the casket for transport to the cemetery, she pulled me aside. Can I ask you something? Her voice was rough, exhausted, and I need you to be honest with me. I nodded. When you embalmed my father, what expression did he have? I could have lied, I should have lied, but something in her eyes told me she already knew. Neutral, I said. Peaceful. And at the viewing, when I saw him, I hesitated. How did he look to you? She stared at me for a long moment. That's the look he had when he lied, she said finally. My whole childhood, whenever he lied, whenever he'd been drinking and denied it, whenever he hurt my mother and claimed it was an accident, that smile, that exact smile, like he knew he'd gotten away with it, and there was nothing anyone could do. She turned and walked away before I could respond. The funeral procession left for Riverside Cemetery, and I watched from the funeral home steps as the hearse pulled away, carrying Thomas Halloway to his final rest. That was 18 months ago. The funeral home has been busy since then. Death doesn't stop. After all, I've prepared hundreds of bodies, conducted dozens of services, maintained my professional composure through everything. But I haven't forgotten Thomas Halloway's face. Last week, Rebecca called. She needs to exhume her father. Family relocation, she said, though her voice suggested other reasons. The exhumation is scheduled for next month. She asked specifically that I be there, that I personally verify the condition of the remains. I agreed, but I dread it. I dread seeing that casket opened again, dread seeing what expression Thomas Halloway wears now, after 18 months in the ground, because I have a terrible feeling that when we lift that lid, he'll still be smiling. And maybe, just maybe, that smile will have grown wider. Some expressions, I've learned, have nothing to do with muscle memory or embalming chemistry. Some expressions come from somewhere deeper, somewhere that persists even after the body should have forgotten how to feel anything at all. I've started having dreams about the prep room, about standing over a body and watching the face shift and change under my hands. In the dreams, they all smile eventually. They all look like they know something I don't. And in the dreams, I can never close their mouths, no matter how hard I try. Director Michelson, who runs the funeral home across town, told me something last month over coffee. He'd exhumed a body after 12 years, he said, and found the deceased's expression had changed. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. We just sat there in silence, two professionals who'd seen something that shouldn't exist. The dead are supposed to be still. They're supposed to be beyond expression, beyond emotion, beyond everything. That's the fundamental promise of death, an end to feeling and an end to change. But Thomas Halloway taught me that some people carry their truth into the grave. And sometimes that truth finds a way to show itself even after every chemical and every prayer has tried to keep it hidden. I keep his file in my desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night, I take it out and look at the intake photos we took before preparation. His face was relaxed then, genuinely peaceful in death's first hour. Whatever happened, happened during preparation, or after, or maybe in some space between that I don't have words for. The exhumation is in 3 weeks. I'm counting down the days, and I'm terrified of what we'll find. But Rebecca needs to know, and maybe I need to know too. Maybe we both need proof that we weren't imagining it, that something real and wrong happened in that viewing room. Or maybe we need proof that some people never truly rest, that some lies are too big to bury, and some smiles last forever. The camera doesn't lie, but sometimes I wish it did. My name is Lucia, and I'm the night shift mortuary technician at Greenfield Medical Center. Most people don't know that hospitals have their own morgues, their own preparation facilities, their own small teams that handle the dead before they're released to funeral homes. It's invisible work, the kind that happens in basement rooms while the living floors above pulse with life and urgency. I've been doing this for 9 years, working the overnight shift because the pay is better and because I've always been comfortable with silence. The medical center has an attached cemetery, Greenfield Memorial Gardens, for indigent burials and unclaimed remains. It's small, maybe 200 plots, tucked behind the hospital's north wing. A simple fence, simple headstones, and a maintenance crew that keeps everything neat and unmarked. Anonymous dead in anonymous rows. Most people don't even know it's there. Part of my job is coordinating with the cemetery staff when we have an indigent burial. Paperwork, transport schedules, basic logistics. It's rare, maybe one every few months, but when it happens, I handle the preparation and make sure everything's documented properly. The hospital takes indigent care seriously. Just because someone dies alone doesn't mean they should be buried without dignity. In early October of 2024, we had a Jane Doe come in. Found in an underpass downtown, probable exposure, no identification. She looked about 50, though the medical examiner noted that street life can age people beyond their years. No one claimed her, no missing persons report matched. After the mandatory hold period, she was assigned to North Garden, Plot 37. I prepared her myself, washed her carefully, dressed her in the simple clothes the hospital provides, did what I could to make her presentable, even though no one would view her. It's a point of pride for me. Everyone deserves that basic respect. I filled out the paperwork, tagged her properly, and arranged with the cemetery crew for burial on a Thursday morning. The night before the burial, I was doing my usual rounds in the mortuary. We had 3 other occupants at the time: an elderly man awaiting family from out of state, a surgical death pending autopsy, and Jane Doe in Cooler 4. Everything was quiet, the way I like it. The hospital above was in its midnight lull, just the hum of ventilation and the occasional footsteps from the floor above. Around 2:30 in the morning, my phone buzzed. Text from Jerry, the night security supervisor. Check your cameras, North Garden, now. We have security cameras covering the cemetery, installed after some vandalism issues a few years back. I pulled up the feed on my computer, selecting the view that covers the north section where Plot 37 had been prepared. The timestamp showed 2:27. The image was grainy, typical of night vision, everything rendered in shades of gray and white. I could see the freshly dug grave, the mound of earth beside it, the small tent shelter where the casket would be placed for burial. Standard setup. But there was something else. A figure stood beside the grave, completely still, facing down into the open plot. Human shaped, but somehow wrong. The proportions weren't quite right, the posture too rigid. The camera angle made it hard to judge size, but it looked tall, unusually so. I scrubbed back through the footage. The figure appeared at 2:23, simply standing there between one frame and the next. No approach, no movement from off camera, just suddenly present, as if it had materialized from the darkness. I watched for 15 minutes. The figure never moved, didn't shift weight, didn't turn its head, just stood there staring into the empty grave. Finally, I called Jerry. "You seeing this?" he asked. "Yeah. Any idea who it is?" "Been watching for 20 minutes. They haven't moved. And Lucia, I sent Mike out to check." Mike was one of the night patrol guards. "And?" "He just got there. Says there's nobody. The grave is empty." I looked at my screen. The figure was still there, clear as anything, standing in the same position. "Jerry, I'm looking at the feed right now. There's definitely someone. Mike is standing right next to that grave. He's waving at the camera. Can you see him?" I couldn't. The feed showed only the still figure, the empty grave, the undisturbed night. We ended the call. I saved the footage and tried to focus on paperwork, but I kept glancing at the monitor. The figure remained until 3:41, then vanished between frames, just as it had appeared. One moment there, the next gone. I didn't sleep much that morning after my shift ended. The image stayed with me, that impossibly still figure, the wrongness of its proportions, the way it seemed to look directly into the grave, as if seeing something there that shouldn't exist yet. The burial proceeded as scheduled Thursday morning. I wasn't required to attend, but I did anyway, standing back with the cemetery crew as the hospital chaplain said a brief prayer. Jane Doe's casket was simple pine, her name unknown, her life unremembered. 6 of us stood there in the October cold as they lowered her into Plot 37. That's when I noticed the earth. The sides of the grave were disturbed, marked with irregular patterns. Not the clean walls you'd expect from professional digging. The dirt looked scratched, gouged, like something had dragged claws through it. Paul, the head groundskeeper, saw me staring. Weird, right? He muttered. Grave was perfect yesterday afternoon when we finished it. Came out this morning and found it like this. No animal tracks, no sign of anything digging, just those marks. I watched as they lowered the casket. It settled into place a piece, and then something happened that made everyone step back. The casket shifted, not dramatically, but distinctly. It rose, about 3 inches, as if pushed from below, then settled again. Ground settling, Paul said quickly, but his voice was uncertain. They filled in the grave. I went back to the hospital, back to my mortuary prep room, back to my routine, but I couldn't stop thinking about the footage, about the figure standing over an empty grave, seeing something that hadn't been buried yet. The following night, I checked the cemetery cameras again. Nothing unusual. The night after that, the same. I started to relax, to chalk it up to equipment malfunction or some strange trick of the shadows and light. Then, 2 weeks after Jane Doe's burial, Jerry called me at 1 in the morning. You need to see this. I pulled up the North Garden feed. The figure was back, same position, same impossible stillness, standing directly over Plot 37. But now the grave was filled, the earth smoothed over, a temporary marker in place. And the earth was disturbed, not collapsed or sunken, raised. The grave mound had lifted, soil pushed up from beneath, creating a small hill where the plot should have been level. As I watched, the mound shifted slightly, settling and rising again, like something beneath was breathing. I met Jerry at the security office. We reviewed the footage together. The figure had appeared at 12:43 and remained motionless. The ground disturbance had started at 12:58, subtle at first, then increasingly obvious. By 1:15, the mound had risen nearly 6 inches above the surrounding earth. We need to call the cemetery crew, Jerry said, and tell them what? That we're seeing things on camera that aren't visible in person? He didn't have an answer for that. We sat in silence, watching the monitor, watching that impossible figure stand vigil over the disturbed grave. At dawn, the figure vanished. I went outside to check Plot 37 myself. The earth was smooth, level, undisturbed. The temporary marker stood straight. Everything was exactly as it should be. But when I knelt and pressed my hand against the soil, it was warm. Not sun-warmed. The morning was cold, frost still on the grass. But the earth over Jane Doe's grave was warm, like something living breathed beneath it. I reported none of this. What would I say? That our cameras were showing things that didn't exist? That graves were rising and falling with no physical cause? That an unknown figure was visiting a burial site, visible only through night vision lenses? But I started keeping detailed logs, screenshots, Timestamps, notes. The figure appeared 11 more times over the next month, always at night, always in the same position. Each time, the grave would show signs of disturbance on camera, earth rising, settling, shifting, and each time, physical inspection in daylight showed nothing wrong. I pulled Jane Doe's file again, studying every detail of her preparation, her burial, her brief documented existence in our system. Nothing unusual, nothing that would explain why her grave had become a focal point for something that existed in the space between camera reality and physical truth. Then, on November 19th, 5 weeks after the burial, I was doing my usual prep work in the mortuary when the power flickered. The backup generators kicked in immediately. We have redundancies to protect the refrigeration units, but for just a moment, everything went dark. In that moment, I saw her, Jane Doe, standing in the doorway of the prep room, wearing the same simple clothes I'd dressed her in, her face turned toward me. She didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there, present and impossible. And when the lights came back on, she was gone. I reported sick the next 2 nights. Couldn't bring myself to come to work. Couldn't face that prep room or those camera feeds. But bills don't stop, and responsibility matters, so I came back. The mortuary was quiet, normal, nothing out of place. I checked the cameras. The figure hadn't appeared since the night of the power flicker. Plot 37 looked normal in the daylight feeds. I didn't check the night vision. I didn't want to see. But last week, I received an email from the medical examiner's office. They'd finally identified a Jane Doe through DNA matching. Her name was Sarah Chen. She'd been reported missing by her sister 8 years ago, last seen in a city 400 miles from here. The sister was coming to claim the remains for reburial in their family plot. They're exhuming her next week. I volunteered to coordinate, though every instinct tells me to stay away. But I need to know what we'll find. I need to know if the casket will be in the same position we buried it, or if it will have shifted, risen, moved according to whatever the cameras witnessed, and we refused to believe. The night before the exhumation, I'll check the camera feeds one more time. I'll watch North Garden through the night vision lens, and I'll see what stands vigil over Sarah Chen's grave. Because I know it will be there. I know it's been waiting, watching, maintaining some kind of presence over a woman whose death went unmarked and unmourned. The camera doesn't lie, but sometimes it sees things that exist in dimensions we can't physically touch, truth that lives only in electronic eyes and digital storage. And sometimes the dead don't rest just because we bury them. Sometimes they wait, watched over by things we're not meant to see, until someone finally speaks their name. I still have the footage saved, all of it, every appearance, every disturbance, every impossible moment. I don't know what I'll do with it. I don't know what it proves, but when they open Sarah Chen's grave next week, I'll be recording, and this time I won't look away. Whatever is waiting there, in the earth, in the space between what cameras see and what eyes confirm, I'm going to face it. I'm going to witness it. Because Sarah Chen deserved better than dying alone and unnamed. She deserved better than lying in an indigent plot while something kept watch over her that we couldn't understand. The truth is recorded, the evidence exists, and in 1 week, when we disturb that earth, we'll see if what the camera witnessed was real, or if some forms of truth exist only for machines to perceive. I'm terrified, but I'm also ready. The earth doesn't forget, and apparently, neither do our cameras. And whatever is standing over Plot 37, waiting in the darkness, it's time we acknowledged it exists. Some objects don't belong to the living, and they don't belong to the dead either. My name is Chen, and I've been the cemetery manager at Willow Grove Memorial Park for 12 years. People think management means spreadsheets and scheduling, and that's part of it. But the real job is maintaining the integrity of our records. Every burial, every plot, every person who enters this ground gets documented, cross referenced, and preserved in our system. Our records go back to 1908, when the cemetery was founded. I know every grave, every family, every story buried in these 73 acres. In late April of 2024, we received an exhumation request from the Patterson family. Their matriarch, Helen Patterson, had been buried in our garden section back in 1987. The family was consolidating plots, bringing her to a newer cemetery closer to where most of them now lived. Standard procedure, though exhuming someone after 37 years always requires extra care and documentation. I pulled Helen's file myself. She'd been 61 when she died, cause listed as cardiac arrest. The funeral had been large, over 100 attendees, according to the guest book we had on file. Her husband, Robert, had purchased a double plot, intending to be buried beside her eventually, but he'd remarried in 1992 and was now buried 2 states away with his second wife. The children wanted their mother moved to be near them, which I understood completely. We scheduled the exhumation for a Wednesday morning in early May. I always attend exhumations personally. It's a matter of professional respect and legal responsibility. The crew arrived at 6, along with representatives from both funeral homes, the one that had handled the original burial and the one that would handle the reburial. Helen's daughter, Margaret, was there too, in her 60s now, face lined with the kind of grief that never fully heals. The plot was in good condition. Our maintenance crew had kept the headstone clean, and the ground showed normal settling for a burial of that age. We removed the sod carefully, marked out the vault location, and began excavating. The work went smoothly. Spring rains had softened the soil, but not enough to cause problems. Within 2 hours, we had exposed the concrete vault. The vault seal had held perfectly. No water intrusion, no cracks. A good sign when we opened it. The casket inside looked remarkably well preserved, bronze finish, some tarnishing around the handles, but structurally sound. Margaret moved closer as we prepared to open it, and I put a hand on her arm. "Are you sure you want to be here for this part?" I asked gently. 37 years is a long time. Remains can be difficult. "I need to see her," Margaret said. One more time. We opened the casket. Helen Patterson had held up better than expected. The embalming and casket quality had done their job. Her features were preserved enough to be recognizable. her burial dress still intact. The flowers someone had placed in her hands decades ago now dried to brittle husks. It was a successful preservation, all things considered. Margaret stared down at her mother and began to cry quietly. The funeral director from the receiving cemetery started his documentation, photographing everything for their records. I was making notes on my tablet when one of my crew members, a young man named David, called me over. "Mr. Chen, there's something in her hand." I moved closer. Helen's hands were folded over her chest in the traditional pose, and between her fingers, barely visible, was a piece of white paper, folded small, tucked into her palm like she was holding it. That wasn't right. I'd reviewed the burial documentation that morning. No note or letter had been listed among the items buried with her. Funeral homes catalog everything placed in a casket: jewelry, photographs, personal effects. This note wasn't in our records. "Margaret," I said carefully, "did your family place a letter with your mother at burial?" She shook her head, wiping her eyes. "No, nothing like that. Just her wedding ring and the flowers." I pulled on a fresh pair of gloves and gently extracted the paper from Helen's fingers. Her hands had stiffened around it over the decades, and I had to work carefully to avoid tearing the note. When I finally freed it and unfolded it, my hands went still. The paper was white, clean, fresh looking, not aged at all, no yellowing, no deterioration, no signs of 37 years, in a sealed casket. The writing was in blue ink, neat and careful, clearly legible. It said, "Helen, I'm so sorry. I should have believed you. I should have listened. Forgive me. Robert." I read it 3 times, my mind trying to process what I was holding. Margaret was asking what it said, but I couldn't immediately answer. I was doing the math, running through the logistics, the impossibilities. "Mr. Chen," Margaret's voice was insistent now, "what does it say?" I handed her the note. She read it, and the color drained from her face. "That's my father's handwriting," she whispered. "But he died. He died last year, February 24th, 2023. "Could someone have placed this during a visit?" one of the funeral directors asked. "Maybe opened the grave somehow?" I shook my head. Our security would have caught that, and the vault seal was intact. This casket hasn't been opened since 1987. We all stood there in subarakulums, staring at the note in Margaret's shaking hands. The paper looked like it had been written yesterday. The ink was vibrant, the folds crisp. If I hadn't pulled it from a casket that had been sealed for 37 years, I would have sworn it was new. "What did he need to apologize for?" I asked Margaret gently. She was crying harder now, clutching the note. "Mom tried to tell him she was sick. For months before she died, she said something was wrong with her heart. He told her she was being dramatic, that she was fine. Then one morning, she collapsed in the kitchen. He found her. She died before the ambulance arrived." She looked down at her mother's face, peaceful in death, despite decades of decay. "He never forgave himself. He barely spoke at the funeral. He remarried within 5 years, and we all thought he'd moved on. But," she held up the note, Maybe he never did. I took photographs of the note, documented everything, but even as I went through the professional motions, my mind was racing through impossible scenarios. The paper couldn't be that old and look that fresh, but it also couldn't have been placed in the casket after burial. The vault seal proved that. The note existed in an impossible state, both ancient and new, both there and not there. We completed the exhumation. The casket was sealed, loaded for transport, and Margaret left with the note still in her hand. I filed my report, including photos of the note and details of its discovery, but I noted it as an unexplained artifact rather than trying to explain the impossible. That evening, alone in my office, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I pulled Robert Patterson's death certificate from our sister cemetery's records. We have reciprocal access for situations like this. He'd died of a stroke, sudden and massive. The date was February 24th, 2023, 14 months before we exhumed Helen. On an impulse, I checked when his funeral had been held. February 28th, 2023. And then I checked something else, the cemetery where he was buried. It was 300 miles away, a different state entirely. There was no way he could have visited Helen's grave on his deathbed. No way he could have placed that note. But the handwriting matched samples I found in our old files. Robert had signed the original burial documentation back in 1987. The same neat script, the same careful letters. I locked the photographs in my desk drawer. The note itself was with Margaret, but I had the images, the proof that it existed. Over the next few days, I found myself pulling those photos out, staring at them, trying to find some rational explanation. There wasn't one. 2 weeks later, Margaret called me. Her voice was quiet, strained. "I need to tell you something about the note," she said. "I had it analyzed. Paper dating, ink analysis, the whole thing. I needed to know." I waited. The paper was manufactured in 2023. The ink formulation didn't exist until 2022. "Mr. Chen, that note couldn't have been in my mother's casket for 37 years. It's physically impossible." "But the vault seal, I know. I know it doesn't make sense, but that note was written within the year before we found it. Written by a dead man to a woman who'd been dead for decades." She was silent for a moment. Then, "Do you believe in anything after death, Mr. Chen? Any continuation?" I thought about all the graves under my care, all the stories buried in Willow Grove's soil. I thought about records and documentation and the concrete certainty of dates and seals and impossibilities. "I believe," I said slowly, "that some things don't fit in our filing systems." Margaret thanked me and hung up. I never heard from her again, but I still have those photographs locked in my desk. Sometimes, late at night, when I'm reviewing plots and updating records, I take them out and look at them. The note is so clear in the images, so present and real. Impossible, but undeniably there. I've started noticing other things since then. Small anomalies in long-term burials. Objects that aren't in the original documentation appearing during exhumations. Letters, photographs, small tokens that shouldn't exist in sealed caskets. I don't report them anymore. I document them privately, in a separate file I keep locked away. Because I've realized something that isn't in any cemetery management manual. The dead aren't as separate from the living as we pretend. The boundary is thinner than we want to believe. And sometimes, love or regret or desperate need finds a way to cross that boundary, to place what needs to be placed, to say what needs to be said. Robert Patterson died with guilt eating him alive. Helen Patterson died thinking her husband didn't believe her, didn't take her seriously. 37 years and 300 miles separated their graves. But somehow, impossibly, an apology made the journey. I don't know how it works. I don't know what mechanism allows a dead man to write a note to a dead woman and have it appear in her hands decades after burial. I don't want to know, really. Some mysteries are better left unexamined, some impossibilities better left undocumented. But I keep the photographs, and when families come to me with exhumation requests, I prepare them for what we might find, not just remains and artifacts, but sometimes messages that traveled by routes we don't have maps for. The living spend so much time leaving things unsaid, assuming there will be more time, more chances. We die with words unspoken, apologies unoffered, love unexpressed, and maybe in some cases, death itself takes pity on us. Maybe the boundary softens just enough to let through what needs to come through. Helen Patterson is buried now in a cemetery near her children, in a plot surrounded by family. Margaret told me she buried the note with her mother again, placed it back in her hands where we found it. The impossible apology, given and received across the barrier of death itself. I think about that note every time I lock up the office at night. I think about Robert Patterson, dead and desperate to make amends. I think about Helen, holding his words in the darkness of her casket for whatever time exists in that space beyond living. And I think about all the other notes, the other messages, the other crossings that might be happening in the graves under my care. Things I'll never see, impossibilities that will remain buried, communication between the dead that we the living aren't meant to witness. The records are clean now. The exhumation is documented. Everything is filed properly, professionally, completely. But the truth, the real truth, is locked in my desk drawer, in photographs of a note that shouldn't exist. And late at night, when the cemetery is quiet and the only sound is wind moving through 73 acres of graves, I like to think they're all talking to each other down there, passing notes we can't see, writing messages in languages we don't speak, maintaining connections that death was never meant to sever. The paper doesn't lie. The ink doesn't lie. Robert Patterson wrote that note after he died, and Helen Patterson received it in her sealed casket. It happened. I have proof. I just don't have an explanation. And increasingly, I'm okay with that. Hair doesn't grow after death, no matter what people say. My name is Jude, and I've been an embalmer for 14 years. I trained at Commonwealth Mortuary College, did my residency at a high-volume funeral home in Detroit, and I know the biological facts of death better than most doctors. When people tell me stories about corpses' hair and nails continuing to grow in the grave, I politely correct them. It's a myth. What actually happens is the skin dehydrates and retracts, making existing hair and nails appear longer. Nothing grows. The dead don't change. That's the fundamental principle of embalming. We preserve what death has created. That's what I believed until Grave 9C. In June of 2024, I was working at Riverside Funeral Services, a mid-sized home in a suburb outside Baltimore. We handled maybe 200 services a year, enough to stay busy, small enough to maintain high standards. I took pride in my work, in the transformations I could achieve. Families would come into viewings and say their loved one looked peaceful, natural, like themselves. That was my goal, to give them a final image of peace. Mrs. Eleanor Whitmore came to us on a Tuesday morning, 73 years old, died of complications from pneumonia. Her daughter, Sandra, made the arrangements: traditional service, open casket, burial at Riverside Memorial Gardens. Eleanor had been a teacher, Sandra told me, devoted to her students, widowed for 20 years. She'd lived alone, but had been active in her church and community until the illness took her suddenly. I prepared Eleanor that afternoon. She was a good case for preservation, relatively healthy before the pneumonia, no trauma, recent death. I worked carefully, as always. Set her features in a peaceful expression, styled her hair the way Sandra had requested, short, neat, with a slight curl. The wig I used matched her natural silver gray perfectly. I dressed her in a lavender dress Sandra had selected and placed her in the casket with her hands folded gently. The viewing was scheduled for Friday evening, with the funeral Saturday morning and burial immediately after. Standard a 3-day timeline. I did my final check Friday afternoon before the viewing, and Eleanor looked perfect. Peaceful, dignified, exactly what her family needed to see. Sandra arrived early with her teenage daughter, Emily. They stood over the casket for a long time, crying quietly, talking to Eleanor in soft voices. Other guests began arriving: church friends, former students now grown, neighbors. It was a well attended service, about 70 people over the 3-hour viewing. I monitored everything from my usual position near the preparation room, available if needed, but staying back to give the family space. Everything proceeded normally until about an hour into the viewing, when Sandra approached me with an odd expression. "Jude, can I ask you something?" "Of course." Did you did you change Mom's hair since this morning?" I assured her I hadn't touched anything since my final preparation check at 2 p.m. The casket had been in the viewing room since 4, and I'd been in the building the entire time. "It's just," Sandra glanced back at the casket. "It looks different. Longer, maybe? I don't know. Grief is making me see things." I told her that was natural, that stress and emotion can affect perception. She nodded and returned to the viewing, but something about her comment bothered me. After the guests left and we closed the funeral home for the night, I went to the viewing room and examined Eleanor carefully. Her hair looked exactly as I'd left it: short, curled, perfectly in place. I was being paranoid, I told myself. Sandra's comment had planted a suggestion, nothing more. The funeral Saturday morning was beautiful. Sandra gave a moving eulogy about her mother's dedication to teaching, her kindness, her strength. We closed the casket after the service and loaded it into the hearse for the short drive to Riverside Memorial Gardens. I rode with the funeral director, following protocol. The burial was scheduled for 11 a.m. The family had chosen a plot in the older section of the cemetery, surrounded by mature oak trees. It was peaceful, exactly what Eleanor would have wanted according to Sandra. We had perhaps 40 people gathered for the graveside service. The cemetery crew had prepared the plot perfectly, tent erected, chairs arranged, the vault already in place in the ground. The casket would be lowered after the mourners left, which was standard for our services. The pastor said prayers, Sandra placed flowers on the casket, and people began to drift away. That's when Sandra asked if she could have one final moment with her mother, just her and Emily, one last private goodbye before we closed the vault. The funeral director looked at me. It was an unusual request, but not unheard of. I agreed. Sandra asked us to open the casket one more time. I hesitated. The casket had been sealed after the funeral service. Opening it again wasn't standard procedure, but Sandra's grief was raw and real, and I've learned that sometimes people need these extra moments, these final confirmations, before they can let go. We opened the casket. Eleanor's hair had grown, not slightly, not subtly, but unmistakably. The short, neat style I'd created was gone. Her hair now hung past her shoulders, long and flowing, draped across the satin pillow and spilling over her shoulders. But it wasn't just longer, it was wrapped around something. Woven through the hair, tangled in the silver strands, were roses. Red roses, fresh and blooming, their stems twisted through Eleanor's hair like she'd been crowned with them. Sandra's scream was the only sound for a long moment. Then chaos. Emily crying, the pastor rushing over, the funeral director's face going pale. I stood frozen, staring at what I was seeing, my mind refusing to accept it. I'd buried the roses with Eleanor, white roses. Sandra had selected them specifically, white roses, her mother's favorite, arranged in Eleanor's hands at the viewing. I'd placed them myself, positioned them carefully before we closed the casket after the funeral. These roses were red, and they hadn't been in Eleanor's hands. They were in her hair, woven through impossible length, arranged like someone had spent hours braiding them into place. What is this? Sandra was backing away from the casket, her voice breaking. What did you do to her? I couldn't answer. I was calculating frantically. The casket had been sealed for 3 hours. 3 hours from the funeral service to the graveside. There was no time for hair to grow 6 inches, even if such a thing were biologically possible. There was no opportunity for someone to replace white roses with red ones and weave them into hair that hadn't existed. The funeral director was trying to calm Sandra, offering explanations about lighting, about perspective, about stress and grief affecting what we see. But I was the embalmer. I knew every detail of how I'd prepared Eleanor. I knew the exact length of that wig, the precise positioning of those white roses. This wasn't grief-induced misperception. This was impossible, but it was real. We closed the casket. Sandra refused to continue the burial, demanded we bring Eleanor back to the funeral home, insisted there had been some terrible mistake. The funeral director agreed, trying to salvage the situation, trying to provide some explanation that would make sense. But back at the funeral home, in my preparation room, when we opened the casket again, Eleanor's hair was short once more. The neat curl I'd created was back in place. The roses in her hands were white. Everything was exactly as I'd originally prepared it. Sandra thought she was losing her mind. Emily was sobbing. The funeral director was on the phone with the cemetery, trying to reschedule, and I stood there, staring at Eleanor Whitmore's perfectly styled hair, knowing what I'd seen, knowing it was impossible, knowing it had been real. I pulled Sandra aside. "Tell me about your mother," I said quietly. "Tell me about her hair." Sandra's face crumpled. She had long hair her whole life, beautiful long hair. Even as she got older, she never cut it short. She was proud of it. She wiped her eyes. The pneumonia. In the hospital, they had to cut it for IV lines, for monitoring equipment. By the time she died, it was so short. I hated that. I hated that she died without her beautiful hair. And the roses? Mom grew roses, red roses specifically. Her garden was famous in the neighborhood. She used to wear them in her hair when I was a child, weaving them into her braids. Sandra's voice broke. I wanted to bury her with red roses, but the funeral home said white was more traditional. I didn't argue. I should have argued. I buried Eleanor Whitmore 3 days later. Sandra had purchased red roses, dozens of them, and we placed them throughout the casket. I didn't style Eleanor's hair any differently. Couldn't, really. But I promised Sandra that her mother looked beautiful. The burial proceeded without incident. The casket remained closed. Sandra seemed more at peace, and Emily had stopped crying. They left the cemetery believing that what happened at the first burial attempt had been some kind of shared hallucination, a grief-induced delusion that had affected everyone present. But I knew better. I knew what I'd seen. And 3 years later, when Sandra contacted me about exhuming Eleanor for relocation to a family plot in another state, I knew what we'd find. The exhumation was scheduled for early morning in September of 2027. I insisted on being present. Sandra came too, along with Emily, now a young woman in her 20s. The cemetery crew excavated the plot efficiently. The vault seal was intact. When we opened the casket, Eleanor's hair hung long and silver down to her waist. Not a wig, not artificial. Her own hair, grown somehow in the 3 years since burial, and woven through every strand, preserved perfectly, were red roses. Fresh-looking, vibrant, as if they'd been placed there yesterday. Sandra didn't scream this time. She just stood there, crying softly, and whispered she got what she wanted. We reburied Eleanor in her new plot, with her hair and roses undisturbed. I didn't try to explain it. I didn't document the anomaly in any official report. Some things exist outside the biology textbooks, outside the principles of embalming, outside everything I was trained to believe. Hair doesn't grow after death. That's the scientific fact. But Eleanor Whitmore's hair grew anyway, because she'd worn it long her entire life, because her daughter had wanted to give her red roses, because some part of her refused to accept the limitations death had placed on her appearance. I still practice embalming. I still prepare bodies according to all the proper procedures. But I don't claim to understand death anymore. I don't pretend that preservation is the end of change, because I've seen evidence that the dead aren't as fixed as we want to believe, that sometimes will or desire or love continues to work changes even in the grave. I keep a photo of Eleanor from the exhumation. Sandra gave it to me, insisted I have it. In the picture, Eleanor lies in her casket, with hair flowing around her like a silver river, red roses woven through every strand. She looks more herself than she did at the original viewing, more complete, more Eleanor. The photo is locked in my desk at home. I take it out sometimes and study it, trying to understand. But understanding isn't really the point anymore. The point is that Eleanor Whitmore got her long hair back. She got her red roses. And whether through impossible biology or some gentler magic, death gave her what life had taken away. That's not in any embalming textbook, but it's true nonetheless. I have proof. I have the photo, the memory, the testimony of everyone who was there at that graveside. Hair doesn't grow after death, except when it does, except when it needs to, except when love insists on completion and death decides, just this once, to allow it. 18 months is a long time to keep someone waiting. My name is Director Martinez, and I've been running Martinez Family Funeral Home for 21 years. It's a small operation, just me, two other directors, and our support staff. We handle about 80 services annually, mostly for the Latino community in our neighborhood, though we serve anyone who comes to us. My father founded the business in 1983, and I grew up in these rooms around caskets and candles and grief. I understand death in my bones. I also understand that grief makes people do strange things. It makes them delay, postpone, hold on when they should let go. I've seen families put off burials for weeks, waiting for distant relatives to arrive, waiting for the perfect weather, waiting for reasons even they can't articulate. Grief doesn't follow timelines or logic. It follows its own twisted path. Carlos Mendez died on a Friday evening in November of 2022. Heart attack, sudden, in his car on the way home from work. He was 49 years old, survived by his sister Maria and a handful of cousins. No wife, no children. Carlos had been a bachelor his whole life, devoted to his work as an accountant and to his sister, who'd raised him after their parents died when he was young. Maria called us the next morning. She sounded dazed, disconnected, her voice flat with shock. She made basic arrangements over the phone. She'd come in Monday to finalize details. That was normal. People need time to process before they can handle the practical matters. I prepared Carlos myself, working carefully. He'd been a handsome man, professional looking even in death. I dressed him in the suit Maria had brought, styled his hair neatly, made sure everything was perfect. Carlos deserved that respect, and Maria deserved to see her brother looking peaceful. Monday came, and Maria arrived to review arrangements. She looked exhausted, her eyes red from crying. We sat in my office and went through everything: casket selection, service details, cemetery plot. She'd chosen a spot at Holy Cross Cemetery, not far from where their parents were buried. Everything was straightforward until we got to the date. "When would you like to schedule the service?" I asked gently. Maria stared at her hands. "I need some time to let people know, to prepare." "Of course. Would next weekend work? That gives you—" "I need more time. Maybe the end of the month?" I've learned not to push. Grief has its own schedule. I booked the service for November 30th, 3 weeks away. Carlos would remain in our care until then, refrigerated and ready. Maria seemed relieved as she left, promising to finalize the rest of the details soon. November 30th came. Maria called 2 days before, her voice tight with stress. Her cousin from California couldn't make that date. Could we postpone to mid-December? We postponed. Mid-December arrived. Maria called again. The priest she wanted wasn't available. Could we push to January? We pushed to January. January came and went, with 3 more postponements. February, March. Each time, Maria had a reason: family conflicts, scheduling issues, not feeling ready. Each time, I gently accommodated her, understanding that grief was making her hold all on, making her delay the finality of burial. But by April, I was getting concerned. Carlos had been in our refrigeration unit for 5 months. That was pushing the limits of proper care, even with good preservation. More importantly, I could see what the delays were doing to Maria. Each time she called to postpone, her voice sounded more strained, more desperate. In June, 8 months after Carlos's death, I sat down with Maria in my office. "Maria, I need to talk to you about Carlos." She nodded, not meeting my eyes. "I understand this is difficult. I understand you're not ready, but Carlos needs to be laid to rest, for his sake and for yours. This waiting, it's not helping you heal." "I know," she whispered. "I know that. But every time I set a date, I think about the funeral, about watching them lower him into the ground, about being alone after he's gone, and I can't." "You're not alone. You have family, friends. Carlos was my family. Just him. Everyone else is cousins I barely know. Carlos raised me, Director Martinez. He worked 2 jobs to put me through school. He never married because he was always taking care of me. And I never—" Her voice broke. "I never took care of him. I was supposed to have more time. I was supposed to repay him." I'd heard variations of this story hundreds of times. The regrets, the unfinished business, the desperate need for more time. But Maria's pain was particularly acute, particularly binding. She couldn't let Carlos go because she felt she owed him a debt she could never repay. We scheduled the funeral for August. Then September, then October. Each postponement came with the same tortured phone call, the same explanations that were really just expressions of Maria's inability to accept finality. By November of 2023, Carlos had been in our care for a full year. The refrigeration unit was functioning perfectly. His preservation was stable, but the situation was becoming untenable. I needed to have a harder conversation with Maria. She came to the funeral home in December, 13 months after Carlos's death. She looked terrible, thin, haggard, like someone who hadn't been sleeping. We sat in my office, and before I could speak, she broke down. I need to see him, she said. I need to see Carlos. I hesitated. We don't typically show family members' remains after extended periods. Even with good preservation, bodies change, and those changes can be distressing. Maria, I'm not sure that's a good idea. Please, I need to see him. I need to know that he's okay. Against my better judgment, I agreed. I brought her to our viewing room, where we'd set up. Carlos in his casket, the same casket chosen 13 months ago. I'd checked on him regularly, and his preservation was holding well, but I was still nervous about Maria's reaction. She stood over the casket for a long time, just looking. Then she reached out and touched Carlos's folded hands. That's when I saw it. Her fingers jerked back like she'd been shocked. Maria? He's cold, she whispered. So cold. Yes, that's normal. No. She was staring at the casket interior, at the lid, at something I couldn't see. There's something. Director Martinez, look at the lid. I moved closer. The satin lining on the casket's interior lid showed faint marks, like scratches, barely visible against the cream fabric. My stomach dropped. I leaned in closer, and that's when I saw them clearly. Words, scratched into the lining, thin and desperate. 2 words over and over. How long? My hands went cold. I'd checked this casket dozens of times over the past 13 months. I'd never seen these marks, but they were there now, unmistakable, carved into the fabric with what looked like fingernails. How long? Maria read aloud. Oh God, what does that mean? Had Carlos been aware somehow? Had some part of him remained conscious, trapped, waiting in the darkness while Maria postponed his burial again and again? It was impossible. He'd been dead for 13 months. Medical fact, biological certainty. The dead don't remain conscious, but the marks were there. We need to schedule the funeral, I said, my voice shakier than I wanted it to be. Now, this week. Maria was crying, her hands over her mouth. He's been waiting. He's been asking how long, and I kept making him wait. We scheduled the funeral for 3 days later. I didn't tell Maria my other fears, that the scratches had appeared recently, that they might continue to appear if we delayed further. I just needed Carlos buried, needed this ended, needed whatever was happening in that casket to stop. The funeral was small, quiet. Maria was the only mourner. The cousins she'd kept waiting for never materialized. We held the service in our chapel, just Maria, the priest, and our staff. Carlos's casket remained closed. I'd sealed it personally, and I'd made sure Maria didn't look inside again. At the cemetery, as they lowered Carlos into the ground, Maria knelt beside the grave. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm so sorry I made you wait. The burial was completed. Holy Cross Cemetery received another resident, Another headstone marking another life ended. I went back to the funeral home and tried to return to normal operations, but I couldn't stop thinking about those scratches. How long? Over and over, desperate and pleading. 2 weeks after the burial, Maria called me. I haven't been able to sleep, she said. I keep thinking about Carlos waiting, about those marks. Director Martinez, is it possible? Could he have been conscious somehow? I wanted to tell her no, to give her the biological facts, to explain that consciousness doesn't persist after death. But I'd seen those scratches. I'd felt the wrongness of that situation. I don't know, I said honestly, but he's at rest now. You gave him what he needed. Did I? Or did I just finally stop torturing him? I didn't have an answer for that. Maria stopped calling after that. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she'd moved away, left the state entirely, started over somewhere new. I hope she found peace. I hope she stopped blaming herself. But I think about Carlos Mendez often. I think about 18 months of waiting, of being held in suspension, of asking, how long, into the darkness while his sister wrestled with grief she couldn't overcome. I've changed how I handle prolonged delays now. If someone postpones more than twice, I have a conversation about the necessity of closure. I'm gentler than some directors might be, but I'm also firmer because I've learned that holding on to the dead doesn't honor them, it traps them. It creates a limbo that might be worse than whatever comes after death. I still have photographs of those scratches. I took them before we sealed the casket, documenting everything, even though I knew I'd never show them to anyone. The words are clear in the images. How long? How long? How long? Sometimes I wonder if Carlos was asking about his burial, or if he was asking about something else. How long until Maria let him go? How long until he could truly rest? How long does consciousness persist when the body is preserved but not buried, maintained but not released? I don't want to know the answers. I just want to make sure I never create that situation again. Because an 18 months is too long to keep anyone waiting, living or dead. And some questions, how long, should never have to be asked from inside a casket. The dead deserve their rest, and the living deserve to let them go. Maria learned that too late, and Carlos paid the price for her inability to accept finality. I think they're both at peace now. I have to believe that. But on nights when I'm closing the funeral home, walking past the viewing rooms and preparation areas, I sometimes hear it, a faint scratching, a whisper of sound from the refrigeration units. And I wonder if someone else is waiting, if someone else is asking, how long, into the darkness, hoping for an answer that will never come. I check the caskets more frequently now. I push families harder on scheduling because I never want to see those words again, never want to know that I've kept someone suspended in that terrible space between death and burial, asking questions that shouldn't need asking. How long? Not long. Never again. That's my promise to the dead in my care. They'll wait no longer than necessary. They'll have their rest. Because Carlos Mendez taught me what happens when we make them wait too long, and I'll carry that lesson for the rest of my life. Some graves don't want to hold their dead. My name is Al, and I've been a groundskeeper at Pinewood Cemetery for 31 years. That's longer than most people stay in any job, but there's something about maintaining the dead that gets into your blood. You start to understand the land, the way earth settles and shifts with seasons, the way roots grow and stones sink. After 3 decades, I know every section of Bonwood's 120 acres, which areas flood, which plots have the best drainage, where the soil is rocky, and where it's soft. I know when something is wrong with the earth. In January of 2025, I noticed that one of the graves in Section K was sinking, not settling. Settling is normal, expected, happens to every grave over time. This was different. The grave had dropped nearly 2 feet below the surrounding plots, creating a noticeable depression that collected rainwater and dead leaves. The plot belonged to David Reiner, buried in Section K Plot 23, back in November of 2024. I'd supervised the burial myself, watched the vault go in, made sure everything was level and proper. 2 months later, the grave looked like it had been there for years, sunken and neglected. I reported it to cemetery management. They authorized a remediation. We'd need to excavate, check the vault integrity, and refill the grave to proper level. Standard maintenance procedure, though unusual for such a recent burial. We scheduled the work for a Tuesday in late January, early morning before the cemetery opened to visitors. My crew and I arrived at 6:30. It was cold, frost on the grass, breath visible in the still air. Section K is in the older part of Pinewood, surrounded by mature pine trees that give the cemetery its name. Quiet area, peaceful, well maintained. The Reiner grave stood out like a wound in the orderly rows, its depression obvious even in the early light. We started excavating, expecting to find a collapsed vault or compromised soil. But as we dug down, the earth felt wrong, too loose, too aerated, like it had been disturbed recently, not compressed the way you'd expect after 2 months of settling, and it was warm. Boss, Miguel called from the excavator, this soil temperature doesn't make sense. He was right. January ground should be cold, near frozen at this depth. But the earth around the Reiner vault was warm to the touch, almost body temperature, no explanation for it, no underground heating, no thermal anomalies in this section. We excavated down to the vault. The concrete looked intact, no visible cracks or collapse that would explain the grave's sinking. But when we rigged the chains and lifted the vault cover, I saw why the grave had dropped. The vault was empty, not collapsed, not damaged, empty. The casket that should have been inside was gone. Only David Reiner's wedding ring remained, sitting in the center of the bare concrete floor, gold band catching the early morning light. I stood at the edge of the excavated plot, staring down into that empty vault, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. Miguel and Tom, my other crew member, had gone silent. We'd all been at the burial. We'd all watched the casket lowered into this vault, watched the concrete cover sealed, watched the earth filled in. The casket couldn't be gone, but it was. Someone dug him up, Tom said finally. Grave robbers or something. But that didn't make sense. The earth above the vault had been undisturbed until we started excavating. No signs of prior digging, no evidence that anyone had accessed this grave since the burial. And grave robbery for what? David Reiner had been a public school teacher, buried with no jewelry except his wedding ring, which remained in the vault. I climbed down into the excavation, dropped into the vault itself. It was clean, empty, no signs of decay or casket presence. The bottom of the vault was warm, that same inexplicable warmth that had characterized the soil above it. I picked up the wedding ring. It was warm, too. Not just warm from being in the vault, warm like it had been recently worn, like it retained body heat. I called cemetery management from my truck, explained the situation as calmly as I could. An empty vault, a missing casket, no signs of tampering. They were silent for a long moment, then told me to document everything and wait for them to arrive. While we waited, I called the funeral home that had handled David Reiner's burial, asked to speak with Director Freeman, who'd overseen the service. Al, what can I do for you? Question about the Reiner burial back in November. Any issues with the casket? Any problems during transport? No, everything was standard. Why? The vault is empty. Silence on the line. Then, that's impossible. I watched them seal it myself. I'm looking at an empty vault right now. The casket is gone. More silence. Could someone have exhumed him? Family request? Not through official channels, and there's no signs of digging. I'll pull the file, call you back. He called back 20 minutes later, his voice tight. Al, according to our records, David Reiner is still here, in our refrigeration unit. What? I'm looking at him right now. Casket tag DR27, David Reiner. Death date November 12th, 2024. He's here. He never left the funeral home. That's impossible. I was at the burial. We all were. I don't know what to tell you, but there's a casket here with his name on it, sealed and logged. I hung up and stood in the cold January morning, trying to make sense of two impossible facts. David Reiner's casket was at the funeral home. David Reiner's vault was empty. Both couldn't be true, but apparently both were. Cemetery management arrived with the funeral home director. We all stood around the excavated vault, staring into its emptiness. Director Freeman was pale, shaken. I don't understand, he kept saying. I have documentation, photographs from the preparation, release forms from the family, but he's still at the facility. Show me, I said. We drove to Freeman Funeral Home. In the refrigeration unit, there was indeed a casket tagged for David Reiner. Freeman opened it, and I saw David Reiner's face, prepared and peaceful, exactly as it had looked at his funeral service 3 months prior. Who did we bury? I asked. No one had an answer. We spent the next week trying to unravel what had happened. The funeral home pulled all their records, interviewed their staff, reviewed security footage. Their documentation was perfect. David Reiner received from the hospital, prepared for viewing, caskets selected and purchased by his widow, but their transport logs showed no record of the casket leaving the facility for burial. The cemetery pulled our records. We had documentation of the burial, plot assignment, vault installation, attendance records. I had been there. 20 other people had been there. We'd watched a casket lowered into that vault. But whose casket? And where was it now? The police got involved. Missing body, they called it, though that didn't quite capture the situation. How do you report a body missing when it's demonstrably at the funeral home and also was witnessed being buried? The investigation went nowhere. No evidence of a crime, no explanation for the discrepancy, no resolution. David's widow, Patricia, was devastated. The funeral home arranged a private burial with the casket that had remained in their facility. A small service, just Patricia and her daughter, no one else. They buried David in a different section, far from Section K Plot 23. I was there for that burial, watched the casket lowered, watched the vault sealed, watched the earth filled in. This time, I marked the grave myself, took photographs, documented everything obsessively. The grave has remained level, no sinking, no anomalies. Whatever happened in Section K didn't repeat. But Plot 23 remained empty. We refilled the vault, replaced the soil, re-leveled the grade, put the headstone back in place, even though nothing lay beneath it. Cemetery management decided not to resell the plot. Too much liability, too many questions. I visit Section K regularly in my rounds. The grave doesn't sink anymore. It sits level with the others, indistinguishable from any other plot except for one detail. The grass won't grow there. We've reseeded it 4 times, laid fresh sod twice. The grass takes it first, then dies within weeks. By spring, Plot 23 is bare earth, while every surrounding grave is thick with green growth. The soil tests normal, no toxicity, no pH issues. But nothing grows. And it's still warm. I checked last week, 6 months after we filled in the empty vault. January ground in all of Section K is frozen solid, frost going down 18 inches. But Plot 23 is warm, soft, like it's being heated from below. I took the wedding ring home. I shouldn't have, but I couldn't leave it in that empty vault. It sits on my workbench in my garage in a small plastic bag. Sometimes I take it out and hold it, and it's always warm, always that body temperature warmth that makes no physical sense. I've started having dreams about the burial. In the dreams, I'm standing at the graveside watching the casket being lowered, but when I try to look at the mourners, their faces are blank. When I try to remember who gave the eulogy, I can't. The whole funeral service exists in my memory, but without details, without specificity, like a scene I witnessed through fog. Was there a first burial? Did we all imagine it? Some kind of mass hallucination? Or was there a casket in that vault that disappeared through means I can't understand, leaving only a wedding ring and warm earth behind? I've been doing this job for 31 years. I know how graves work, how earth settles, how stone and steel and concrete behave over time. I know the physics and chemistry of burial, the practical realities of decomposition and preservation. But I also know that Plot 23 is empty when it shouldn't be, and warm when it should be frozen, and David Reiner is both buried and not buried, both resting and missing. Last month, Patricia called me, asked if she could visit the original plot, the one in Section K, said she felt drawn to it, felt like part of David was still there, even though we'd buried him elsewhere. I met her at plot 23 on a cold afternoon. She knelt in the bare earth and placed flowers, white lilies, David's favorite. We stood in silence for a while, then she spoke. "Can I tell you something strange?" "Of course." "I dream about David sometimes. He's standing in darkness, and he's asking me where he is, like he's lost, like he can't find his way to wherever he's supposed to be." She wiped her eyes. "Does that sound crazy?" I thought about the empty vault, about the warm earth, about the wedding ring that holds heat, like it's still being worn. "No," I said, "that doesn't sound crazy at all." Patricia left the lilies and walked back to her car. I stayed at the grave, looking down at the bare earth that refuses to grow grass, that maintains its warmth in January cold. Section K plot 23 is empty, but something is there, something that generates heat, that prevents growth, that creates a presence in absence. David Reiner was buried there and wasn't. His casket descended into that vault and vanished, leaving only the ring he wore, the ring that's warm in my garage. I don't know where David Reiner is. The casket at the funeral home holds a body, and we buried that body in a different section. But I think part of him, maybe the part that matters, is still in plot 23. Still in that warm earth, still asking the same question Patricia hears in her dreams. Where am I? Some graves don't want to hold their dead. Or maybe some dead don't want to be held. Maybe David Reiner's body was buried, but something else, his consciousness, his spirit, his essential self, refused the placement, rejected the vault, vanished into whatever space exists between earth and elsewhere. The wedding ring is proof, solid gold, engraved with Patricia's name, warm with impossible heat. Physical evidence of something that shouldn't be possible, but undeniably is. I have an 18 more years until retirement. 18 more years of maintaining Pinewood's 120 acres, of keeping graves level and grass growing and families peaceful in their grief. But I'll never understand plot 23. I'll never know where that first casket went, or who we buried in it, or what stands in that empty vault generating warmth in frozen earth. All I know is that David Reiner is somewhere, and it's not where we put him. The grave is empty, but the earth is warm, and his ring, gold band with Patricia's name inscribed inside, remains body temperature warm in my garage, evidence of a presence that persists without location, without explanation, without rest. Some graves are markers for endings. Plot 23 in Section K is a marker for something else, for a question without answer, for a burial without body, for warmth in January ground that suggests the dead aren't always where we think they are. I keep the ring, I maintain the plot, and I wonder, every time I pass Section K, if David Reiner has found his answer yet, if he knows where he is, if he's finally found the rest that escaped him in that empty vault beneath warm earth. The ring says no. The ring says he's still waiting, still warm, still present somewhere between buried and gone. And until that ring goes cold, I'll know that plot 23, empty as it is, still holds something we don't have words for. Children see things we've learned to ignore. My name is Kira, and I've been a mortuary transport driver for 7 years. Most people don't think about transport. They imagine funeral homes as complete facilities where bodies arrive, get prepared, and leave for burial. But the reality is more complex. Bodies move between hospitals, medical examiners, funeral homes, and cemeteries. Someone has to do that moving, and that someone is me. I drive a specialized vehicle, temperature controlled, equipped with securing systems to keep caskets and gurneys stable during transport. It's not glamorous work, but it's necessary, and I take pride in doing it with dignity. Every person I transport was someone's mother, father, child, friend. They deserve respect even in their final journey. In March of 2025, I was called for a 4 a.m. exhumation transport. Early exhumations are standard. Cemetery crews work before the grounds that open to visitors, and transport needs to be coordinated carefully. The job was for Riverside Cemetery, Plot 47, exhuming Edward Callahan for forensic review. The medical examiner's office had questions about his death 18 months prior, and the family had consented to exhumation and autopsy. I arrived at Riverside at 3:45 while it was still dark. The cemetery crew was already there, along with representatives from both funeral homes, the original home that had handled the burial and the one that would receive him for repreparation after the autopsy. It was cold, mid-March, but still feeling like winter, fog hanging low over the headstones. Exhumations require paperwork, protocols, witness documentation. Everything must be logged, everyone's presence recorded. The cemetery had set up temporary lighting and IR cameras to document the process, standard procedure for forensic exhumations. I helped set up the equipment while the crew started excavating. The work proceeded normally for the first hour. Soil removed, vault exposed, chains rigged. I was reviewing my transport checklist when one of the cemetery workers called out, "Camera's catching something weird." We gathered around the monitor, showing the IR feed. Infrared turns everything into shapes of heat and cold, bodies glowing white against cool backgrounds. Useful for documentation, for seeing things human eyes miss in darkness. On the screen, beside the excavated grave, there was a small figure, child height, maybe 4 feet tall, standing perfectly still about 10 feet from the plot. The IR signature suggested warmth, a living presence, but when we looked at the actual gravesite, there was nothing there, just empty space between the grave and the tree line. Equipment malfunction, someone said, but we checked the camera. It was functioning perfectly, displaying accurate readings for everyone present. The dig crew showed us warm white shapes, the excavated earth as cool gray, the vault as dark cold, and the small figure glowed, bright white, indicating body temperature, living heat. I've seen equipment glitches before. Cameras malfunction, sensors give false readings. But this looked deliberate, purposeful. The figure stood in a specific position, oriented toward the grave, not flickering or shifting like a technical error would. We continued the work. The vault was opened, revealing Edward Callahan's casket in good condition considering the 18-month burial. bronze finish tarnished but intact, seal holding. The crew prepared to lift the casket out when the funeral director from the receiving home called me over to the monitor. Kira, look. The small figure had moved closer. Now it stood directly beside the open vault, positioned as if looking down into it. Still no corresponding physical presence at the grave, just the IR signature, small and bright and impossible. Kids aren't allowed at exhumations, I said, though I knew there were no children present. The cemetery crew, the funeral directors, me, all adults, no families, no visitors, just us and whatever the camera was detecting. We completed the lift, the casket came up smoothly, and we secured it on the transport gurney. Standard procedure. I'd done this hundreds of times. But as I was strapping the final restraint, I glanced at the monitor again. The figure was following the casket. As we wheeled the gurney toward my vehicle, the IR signature moved with us, maintaining its position beside the casket, small and bright, and tracking our movement. This is wrong, the cemetery supervisor muttered. We should shut down, report this. Report what? I asked. That a camera is seeing something we're not? They'll just say the equipment failure. We loaded the casket into my vehicle. I secured it according to protocol, checked all restraints twice. The receiving funeral home was 40 minutes away. Early morning highway driving, straightforward route. I'd done this exact transport dozens of times. I climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. The receiving funeral director, a man named Sullivan, rode with me, standard practice for forensic transports, having a witness present. He settled into the passenger seat, reviewing paperwork, while I pulled out of the cemetery onto the empty road. 5 minutes into the drive, Sullivan made a small sound, half gasp, half curse. I glanced at him. He was staring into the rearview mirror, his face pale in the dashboard light. Kira, do you see that? I looked in the rearview mirror. The cargo area was visible through the partition, the secured casket, the temperature-controlled space, the monitoring equipment, and reflected in the mirror, sitting on the floor beside the casket, was a small figure, a child, little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, sitting cross-legged beside an Edward Callahan's casket, with her hand resting on the bronze finish. I swerved slightly, caught myself, steadied the vehicle. My heart was hammering. I looked directly through this partition into the cargo area. Nothing there. Empty except for the casket. But in the mirror, the child remained visible, clear, and detailed. Dark hair, pale dress, small hand flat against the casket side. You see her? Sullivan whispered. Yes. We drove in silence for a moment, both of us checking. Direct vision showed nothing. Mirror reflection showed the child. Present and not present simultaneously, existing only in the reflected space. Should I pull over? My voice sounded strange, distant. I don't know. What would we do? I kept driving. What else could I do? Pull over and examine an empty cargo area? Call the police and report a child that exists only in mirrors? I focused on the road, on keeping the vehicle steady, on breathing. Sullivan was still watching the mirror. She's not moving, just sitting there with her hand on the casket. I forced myself not to look. If I kept my eyes on the road, if I didn't acknowledge what was impossible, Maybe I could complete this transport professionally. But at the next stoplight, I couldn't help myself. I looked in the rearview mirror. The child was looking back at me, direct eye contact through the reflection, her face solemn and knowing, just dead. She didn't look frightened or lost. She looked purposeful, like she was exactly where she needed to be. The light changed. I drove. 20 more minutes to the funeral home. 20 more minutes with a child who shouldn't exist, sitting beside a casket in my cargo area, visible only in mirrors and IR cameras. Sullivan broke the silence. The exhumation report. Didn't it mention? I thought Edward Callahan's cause of death was being questioned. Forensic autopsy. That's all I was told. Right. But he was scrolling through his tablet, pulling up files. Here, Edward Callahan died in a single vehicle accident. His daughter was with him. She didn't survive. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. How old was she? 7. Eden Callahan, age 7, died on impact. Edward died 3 hours later at the hospital. I looked in the mirror again. The child, Eden, was still there, hand on her father's casket, eyes calm and steady, not haunting, not terrorizing, just accompanying, making sure her father didn't travel alone. The forensic review, Sullivan continued, reading from his tablet. The family requested it because Edward's cause of death wasn't consistent with the accident injuries. They think he they think he died from something else, maybe before the crash. Meaning meaning maybe Edward was already dying when he crashed. Maybe he knew it. Maybe he was trying to get help, get to a hospital, and the crash happened because he was already in distress. I understood what he wasn't saying. Maybe Edward had been trying to save his daughter. Maybe the last thing he knew was that he'd failed, that she'd died because he'd been dying, because he'd crashed, because he couldn't protect her. And maybe Eden Callahan, 7 years old and dead for 18 months, was making sure her father finally got where he needed to go. We arrived at the funeral home. Sullivan and I sat in the vehicle for a moment, neither of us wanting to open the cargo doors, neither of us wanting to confront what we'd seen. We have to unload, I said finally. I know. We opened the cargo doors, direct view, empty space, secured casket, nothing else. But on the polished interior wall of the vehicle, I could see the reflection. Eden stood now, positioned beside the casket, waiting. We unloaded Edward Callahan, wheeled him into the funeral home's receiving area. The whole time, I was aware of Eden's reflection in every shiny surface, door glass, floor polish, the stainless steel of the embalming room equipment. Always beside the casket, always present in reflection, always absent in direct sight. The funeral home staff began their intake procedures. Sullivan and I filed our transport documentation. Everything professional, everything proper. Neither of us mentioned what we'd seen. What would we write? Transported deceased with daughter's ghost visible in mirrors. I left the funeral home as the sun was rising, drove back to my facility with an empty vehicle. No reflections in the cargo area now. No small figure sitting where caskets usually rest. Just empty space and temperature-controlled air. But that evening, Sullivan called me. The autopsy is complete. Preliminary findings. That was fast. They prioritized it. Kira, Edward Callahan died of a massive stroke, catastrophic brain bleed. The medical examiner estimates it happened several minutes before the crash. He was probably already unconscious when the vehicle left the road. So he didn't suffer after the crash? No, he was already gone, and Eden, the crash investigator's report, shows she died instantly. Neither of them suffered in those 3 hours between the crash and Edward being pronounced dead at the hospital. Then why did the family want the autopsy? Because Edward's last words, before he lost consciousness in the ambulance, were, "Where's Eden? Find Eden." They thought he might have been coherent, might have been trying to tell them something, but the stroke timing means that he couldn't have been. He was already brain dead. Those words were involuntary, just neurons firing randomly. I thought about Eden's hand on the casket, about her calm face in the mirror, about the way she'd looked at me with purpose and peace. Maybe they weren't random, I said. Sullivan was quiet for a moment. Yeah, maybe not. The funeral home reburied Edward Callahan 3 days later. I wasn't on that transport. Different driver, different crew, but Sullivan called me afterward. Kira, the second burial. The cemetery had IR cameras running again, documentation purposes. And the figure was there, same small shape, same position, standing side the grave during the reburial. And when they filled in the plot, when they finished, he paused. The IR signature faded, like she'd walked away or dissipated or completed something. She was there for the whole burial, then gone. I think about that transport often, about Eden Callahan, 7 years old, accompanying her father to autopsy and reburial, making sure he wasn't alone, making sure he got where he needed to go even though she'd traveled that road 18 months earlier. Children see things we've learned to ignore, and maybe the dead see things differently too. Maybe Eden knew what we didn't, that her father wasn't suffering in those 3 hours, that he'd already followed her, that they'd left together even if their bodies stayed behind for different lengths of time. The medical examiner's report is filed. Edward Callahan's death is resolved, explained, closed, but I have something the report doesn't include. The knowledge that his daughter was with him for his final transport, that she waited 18 months and then appeared when he was finally exhumed, finally moved, finally given the forensic review that would answer the family's questions. I still do transport work. I still move the dead with dignity and care. But I've started checking mirrors more carefully, watching IR cameras more closely, because I've learned that sometimes the dead don't travel alone. Sometimes they're accompanied by presences we can't see directly, but that cameras and mirrors reveal. Small figures, purposeful guardians, children who refuse to let their parents journey without them. The IR footage from that exhumation exists in cemetery records. I've seen it, the small bright figure standing beside the grave, following the casket, maintaining its vigil, evidence of something that shouldn't exist but demonstrably does. Eden Callahan is buried in Riverside Cemetery, Plot 44. Edward Callahan is buried 3 plots away, Plot 47. Close enough for a 7-year-old to walk between them, to visit, to make sure her father is where he should be. I drive past that cemetery sometimes, early mornings when I have transports nearby. The plots are quiet, well maintained, marked with simple stones. Father and daughter died same day, buried together eventually. Anyone reading the stones would see a tragedy, family destroyed in a single accident. But I know something the stones don't say. I know Eden waited. I know she accompanied her father one last time. And I know that when they finally put him in the ground, 3 plots from her own grave, she was satisfied. Her vigil was complete. The cameras caught it all. The mirrors reflected it. And somewhere in the space between what we see directly and what technology reveals, a 7-year-old girl made sure her father didn't travel alone through death's final processes. That's love that survives bodies. That's devotion that persists through impossibility. And that's why I check my mirrors now, why I watch the reflections, why I never assume the cargo area is truly empty, even when direct sight shows nothing there. Because sometimes the dead are accompanied, sometimes they're guarded, and sometimes a child who died too young makes sure the parent who couldn't save her gets sick anyway, gets guided through the final journey, gets witnessed in death's administrative processes, gets loved beyond the limits of living. Eden Callahan was 7 years old, and she was the best transport companion her father could have asked for. Some cold doesn't come from weather. My name is Parrish, and I've been a funeral director for 19 years. I've worked in 3 different states, handled everything from traditional burials to elaborate memorial services, and I pride myself on maintaining composure through any situation. Death doesn't surprise me anymore. The emotional weight of it, the practical challenges, I've learned to navigate all of it with professional calm. Until Margaret Thornton's exhumation taught me that some cold has nothing to do with temperature. Margaret died on August 14th, 2024. Heat stroke during a record-breaking summer. She'd been an 81, living alone, found by a neighbor 3 days after her air conditioning had failed. The coroner ruled death by hyperthermia. Her body temperature at discovery had been over 106 degrees. A tragic, hot death on one of the hottest days of the decade. Her service was standard, small gathering, mostly church friends, burial at Hillside Memorial. We prepared her carefully, working to restore appearance after the effects of extreme heat and delayed discovery. She'd been a dignified woman in life, and we ensured she looked peaceful in death. The burial was August 18th, late afternoon, temperature hovering around 93 degrees. I remember sweating through my suit, the funeral tent providing minimal shade. The ground was dry, hard, cracked from weeks without rain. Everything about that day was hot. Air, earth, sunlight, even the casket handles when I touched them. Margaret Thornton went into hot ground on a hot day, dead from extreme heat. That's what I remember most clearly. In September of 2025, 13 months later, Margaret's family requested exhumation for relocation. Her daughter had moved to Colorado and wanted her mother buried in a family plot near her new home. Standard request, though a relatively short time for reburial. Usually families wait years, but grief has its own timeline. We scheduled the exhumation for September 28th. Cool morning, early autumn, temperature in the mid 50s. The cemetery crew had arrived before dawn to start excavating. I came at 7, along with our mortuary assistant, James, and a representative from the Colorado funeral home that would receive Margaret. The excavation proceeded normally. The vault was in good condition, the casket seal intact. No signs of water intrusion or premature deterioration. Everything looked exactly as it should for a 13-month burial until we opened the vault. The casket was covered in frost, not moisture, not condensation, actual frost. Thick white crystals coating the entire bronze surface, concentrated especially around the seams and handles. In September, with morning temperature at 54 degrees, Margaret Thornton's casket had somehow collected frost. James touched the casket surface and jerked his hand back. It's freezing, actually frozen. I felt it, myself. The metal was below freezing, ice cold to the touch, radiating chill that made the air around it visibly cold. Our breath fogged near the casket, though nowhere else in the excavation site showed this effect. Underground temperature differential, the cemetery supervisor suggested. Sometimes the earth stays cool. Not this cool, I said. This is below freezing. The ground temperature here is nowhere near cold enough to cause this. We had a decision to make. The casket needed to be transported, but the frost concerned me. I'd never seen anything like it, and I couldn't explain it with any normal processes. We decided to let it warm slightly in the morning sun before attempting to open it for condition verification. 40 minutes later, the frost had barely diminished. The casket remained frozen despite sitting in 50-degree air with direct sunlight. When we finally opened it to verify condition, the interior was even colder. Margaret Thornton's hands were blue-white, not decomposed, not discolored by normal post-mortem changes, frozen. Her skin had the rigid, crystalline texture of severe frostbite. Her burial dress was stiff with cold, frost patterns visible in the fabric folds. The flowers we'd placed in the casket were frozen solid, their petals brittle and white. "This isn't possible," James whispered. "She was buried in August, in heat. The casket's been sealed." "I know," I interrupted. I knew all the facts that made this impossible, but I was looking at Margaret Thornton's frozen hands, at frost that shouldn't exist, at cold that had no source. I touched her hand carefully. The cold burned, actual burning sensation, the kind you get from touching ice too long. I pulled back. Margaret's fingers remained rigid, frozen in position, no flexibility despite 13 months of death that should have left tissues soft and degraded. The Colorado funeral director, a woman named Helen, leaned in close. "Director Parrish, has this ever happened before?" "Never." "Should we cancel transport? This seems medically concerning." I thought about that. Medically concerning. What diagnosis would I give? Spontaneous, posthumous freezing? Casket refrigeration through unknown means? It was impossible, but it was happening. We decided to proceed with transport. The alternative, reburying Margaret in her frozen state, leaving the mystery unaddressed, seemed worse than whatever we'd confront by moving forward. We sealed the casket, loaded it onto the transport vehicle, and I accompanied it personally on the 5-hour drive to Colorado. The vehicle's temperature control was set to 65 degrees, standard for casket transport, cool enough to prevent deterioration, warm enough to avoid freezing. But within an hour of driving, the cargo area temperature started dropping. The monitoring system showed a steady decline: 60 degrees, 55, 50, 45. I called James from the road. The entire cargo area is cooling. It's like the casket is generating cold, spreading it to the surrounding space. That's thermodynamically impossible. I know, but it's happening. We arrived in Colorado with the cargo area at 38 degrees. The receiving funeral home's staff helped us unload, and I could see their confusion when they touched the casket. Still frozen, still radiating cold that shouldn't exist. They took Margaret to their preparation room while I filled out transfer documentation. An hour later, the director called me in. "We need to talk about the condition," he said. His name was Morrison, veteran director, probably seen everything. "The freezing," I said. "I know it's unusual. It's more than unusual. Director Parrish, we opened the casket to assess condition. She's not just cold, she's frozen solid, like she's been in a deep freezer since death. But according to your records, she was buried in a standard vault in Maryland in August in 90-degree heat. That's correct. Then I need you to explain this." He led me to the preparation room. Margaret Thornton lay on the table, removed from her casket. Her body was rigid with cold, skin blue-white, joints completely inflexible. Morrison had a thermometer, the kind with a probe used for internal temperature readings. "Core temperature," he said, showing me the reading, 27 degrees Fahrenheit. She's frozen from the inside out. This isn't surface effect. This is deep freezing. I stared at the reading. Margaret had died of hyperthermia. Her body had reached over 106 degrees at death. Now, 13 months later, she was frozen at 27 degrees. 106 to 27. From extreme heat to extreme cold, with no explanation, no mechanism, no rational process to account for the change. "What killed her?" Morrison asked. "The records say heat stroke." "That's correct. Medical examiner confirmed it. She died from excessive heat. Then why is she frozen now?" I didn't have an answer. We stood in that preparation room, looking at an impossibility, and I felt my professional understanding cracking. 19 years of experience, thousands of bodies prepared and buried, and none of it had prepared me for this. Over the next 3 days, Margaret remained frozen. Morrison's facility tried everything, warming the prep room, using heating lamps, even bringing in medical equipment designed to rewarm hypothermia patients. Nothing worked. She stayed frozen, core temperature never rising above 30 degrees, her tissues rigid and cold. We consulted a forensic pathologist, explaining the situation as carefully as possible. He suggested exhumation had exposed the body to rapid temperature drop, but couldn't explain how or why the cold persisted in warm environments. His theory fell apart when we showed him the data. The casket had been at room temperature within hours of exhumation, yet Margaret stayed frozen. The family wanted her buried. They'd been patient through the confusion and delays, but they needed closure. Morrison's facility prepared a heated vault, specialized equipment usually used for winter burials in frozen ground. The idea was to bury Margaret in an environment that would gradually warm her, allow normal decomposition to resume. The burial was scheduled for October 15th. Small ceremony, just family, at a cemetery in the mountains outside Denver. I attended, feeling obligated to see this through to whatever end awaited. The heated vault was set at 50 degrees, just above freezing, a compromise to prevent further tissue damage while providing warmth. We lowered Margaret's casket into it, sealed everything properly, and filled in the grave. That night, I received a call from Morrison. "The cemetery crew called me," he said. "There's something happening at Margaret's grave." "What do you mean?" "They're not sure, but they asked us to come look." We drove to the cemetery at midnight. The temperature was around 45 degrees, typical October night in the mountains. As we approached Margaret's grave, I saw what had concerned the cemetery crew. The ground was frozen, not just cold, frozen solid. Frost covered the fresh earth, spreading outward from the grave in a perfect circle about 10 feet in diameter. Grass at the edge of the circle was coated in ice crystals. The air above the grave was visibly cold, fog rolling off the frozen ground like dry ice vapor. "The heated vault," Morrison said quietly. "It should be warming the ground. Instead, it's freezing it." We stood at the edge of that frozen circle, watching fog roll across frost-covered earth, and I finally accepted that I would never understand this. Margaret Thornton had died of extreme heat, and now she generated extreme cold. Her body had somehow reversed temperatures, had taken her death state, overheated, burned from inside by hyperthermia, and inverted it completely. The cemetery crew monitored the grave for weeks. The frozen circle persisted through October, through November, into early winter. When snow came in December, it melted everywhere except Margaret's plot. There, it accumulated, building into a mound that never thawed despite warming days between storms. The family decided to leave her buried. What else could they do? Exhume her again? Subject her to more analysis? She was dead, buried, and somehow still changing temperatures impossibly. But Morrison sends me updates. The grave remains frozen year-round now. In summer, when surrounding temperatures reach 70 and 80 degrees, Margaret's plot stays frozen. The grass won't grow. Ice crystals form overnight. The heated vault has become a freezer, and nothing can stop it. I've returned to Maryland, back to my regular work. But I think about Margaret constantly. I think about heat stroke, about dying from extreme temperature, about a body that reached 106 degrees and then, impossibly, dropped to 27. Did she suffer? Is consciousness somehow preserved in that frozen tissue, experiencing cold the way she experienced heat in death? Or is the freezing purely physical, a strange inversion of her death state, manifesting through processes we don't understand? I received a letter from Margaret's daughter last month. She visits the grave regularly, she said, brings flowers that freeze within minutes of being placed, sits on the frozen ground and talks to her mother, tells her about life in Colorado, about grandchildren, about ordinary things. It's oddly comforting, she wrote. Mom was always practical, always handled things efficiently. Even in death, she's managing her own temperature somehow, making her own environment. I like to think she's comfortable there, in the cold she created. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if Margaret is comfortable or trapped or gone entirely, leaving only her body to execute this impossible thermal reversal. But I know her grave stays frozen year round, defying seasons and weather and every law of thermodynamics. The thermostat in my prep room has never worked right since Margaret's exhumation. It's stuck at 38 degrees, the temperature the transport vehicle reached when we drove her to Colorado. Our repair technicians have replaced every component, recalibrated every system. The room should be 65 degrees, but it stays at 38. I work in that cold every day now, prepare bodies in that persistent chill, and sometimes I wonder if Margaret's cold spread somehow, infected the facility that prepared her, left traces in the equipment and air. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I'm just more aware now of how thin the line is between life's heat and death's cold. How a body that dies from heat can become frozen. How temperature can invert, persist, spread impossibly. The frost line marks how deep cold penetrates into Earth during winter. But Margaret Thornton created her own frost line, one that has nothing to do with season or weather, one that reaches from her frozen core outward indefinitely, marking the boundary between normal death and whatever she's experiencing in that mountain grave. I'll never understand it, but I'll never forget standing at that grave site, watching fog roll off frozen October ground, knowing that 3 feet below lay a woman who died from heat and transformed into cold. Some temperature changes happen for reasons we can explain, and some happen because death itself decides to rewrite the rules, to take what killed you and make it what preserves you, to turn heat into cold and summer into winter, one impossible body at a time. Margaret Thornton's grave is frozen, will be forever, probably, and somewhere in that impossible cold, she rests, or doesn't rest, or exists in some state between the two that we don't have words for and can't measure with thermometers. All I know is that when I touched her frozen hand that September morning, the cold burned, and it's still burning in my memory, still reminding me that death is stranger and more persistent than anything I learned in 19 years of professional experience. The frost line is permanent now. Margaret made sure of that. Bodies don't rearrange themselves in sealed caskets. My name is Wade, and I've been cemetery supervisor at Elmwood Memorial Park for 24 years. I've overseen thousands of burials, managed hundreds of exhumations, and I know exactly how a body should look when we open a casket years after burial. Decay follows patterns. Position remains stable. What goes into the ground stays where it was placed, barring flood or vault failure or other explicable disturbances. That's the certainty I brought to Frank Morrison's exhumation in April of 2025. Frank had been buried in November of 2022, 2.5 years earlier. The exhumation was for relocation, his widow Barbara having remarried and wanting Frank moved to a different cemetery so she could eventually be buried beside her new husband. It was an uncomfortable situation, but not uncommon. Death doesn't stop the living from moving forward. I'd supervised Frank's original burial myself. Standard service, about 40 mourners, traditional casket and vault. No complications, no irregularities. Frank went into Plot 12B in our east section on a cold November afternoon, and the grave had remained undisturbed since. Good drainage, stable soil, no reason to expect problems. The exhumation crew arrived at 6:30 on a Tuesday morning. Barbara wasn't present. She'd signed all the paperwork but declined to attend, which I understood. Watching your first husband exhumed while planning your future with your second husband would test anyone's emotional composure. We excavated efficiently. The vault was in perfect condition, seal intact, no water intrusion. When we lifted the concrete cover, the casket inside looked pristine. Bronze finish, slightly tarnished, but structurally sound. Everything exactly as expected. Ready to open? My crew chief, Ramon, asked. I nodded. We had documentation to complete. Condition verification before transport. Standard procedure required opening the casket, photographing the remains, confirming identity through burial records. Ramon broke the seal and lifted the lid. We both went still. Frank Morrison was facing the wrong direction. His feet were where his head should have been. His head rested on the foot of the casket, positioned where his feet had been placed at burial. He'd been rotated 180 degrees, completely reversed from his original position. Boss, Ramon's voice was tight. How is this possible? I climbed down into the excavation, leaned over the casket, examined the interior carefully. The pillow showed pressure marks at both ends, head-shaped depressions where Frank's skull had rested, one at the proper head of the casket and one at the foot. The satin lining was disturbed, wrinkled as if something had moved across it, and Frank himself lay in his reversed position, arms at his sides, face peaceful, as if he'd simply been placed that way from the beginning. Vault failure, Ramon suggested. Casket flipped somehow during settling. But the vault showed no signs of movement or shifting. The casket fit snugly in its concrete housing, positioned exactly as we'd placed it 2.5 years ago. For the casket to flip, the entire vault would have had to rotate, which was physically impossible given the soil stability and the vault's weight. And even if the casket had somehow flipped, Frank wouldn't look like this. He looked deliberately positioned, carefully arranged, not jumbled from a violent rotation. His suit was smooth, his hands properly folded, his tie still centered. Nothing about his appearance suggested catastrophic movement. Document everything, I said to Ramon. Photos from every angle, full video of the casket interior and vault placement. While he worked, I called the funeral home that had done the original preparation, asked to speak with Director Hamilton, who'd handled Frank's service. Wade, what can I do for you? Frank Morrison, Exhumation. I need you to confirm something from your records. How was he positioned at burial? Head at which end of the casket? Standard position. Head at the head, feet at the foot. Why? He's reversed now, feet where his head should be. Silence on the line. Then, that's impossible. The casket was sealed at the funeral home. It wasn't opened at the cemetery, correct? Correct. Sealed at your facility. Transported sealed. Buried sealed. Never opened until this morning. More silence. Wade, I don't have an explanation. Bodies don't just rotate in sealed caskets. I knew that. I'd known it for 24 years. But I was looking at evidence that contradicted everything I knew. We completed documentation and prepared to load the casket for transport. That's when Ramon called me over to look at something inside the casket, near Frank's head, which was resting at the foot end. There's something under his shoulder, Ramon said. I looked closer. Tucked beneath Frank's right shoulder blade, barely visible, was the corner of something white. Paper, maybe. I carefully lifted Frank's shoulder enough to see what lay beneath. It was a photograph. Old, faded, showing a woman in her 30s standing beside a lake. Not Barbara, someone else. Written on the back in shaky handwriting, Sarah, 1987. Who's Sarah? Ramon asked. I didn't know. I pocketed the photograph, documenting its recovery in my notes. Whatever its significance, it wasn't listed in the original burial inventory. Someone had placed it with Frank, or it had somehow appeared in the casket through means I couldn't explain. We loaded the casket, and I accompanied it to the receiving cemetery. During transport, I couldn't stop thinking about Frank's position, about the photograph, about the implications of a body rotating in a sealed container. At the receiving cemetery, I pulled Barbara's contact information and called her. She answered on the third ring, her voice wary. Mrs. Morrison, this is Wade from Elmwood Memorial. I need to ask you about Frank's burial. Is there a problem? When we opened the casket today, Frank's position was different from how he was buried. He'd been rotated in the casket. I wanted to ask if you knew of any reason. Rotated? Her voice went sharp. What do you mean, rotated? I explained carefully. Feet where his head should be, evidence of movement in the sealed casket. I heard her breathing on the line, rapid and distressed. I need to tell you something, she said finally. Something I didn't mention when I arranged the relocation. I waited. Frank always slept restlessly. I mean, always. From the first night we were married, he'd toss and turn all night, wake up with his head at the foot of the bed, covers everywhere. I'd joke that he traveled in his sleep, that he couldn't stay still even unconscious. She paused. After he died, the one thing I kept thinking was how peaceful he'd finally be, how he'd finally rest still. Mrs. Morrison, I know how this sounds, but Frank couldn't stay still in life. Maybe he can't in death either. She hung up before I could respond. I sat in my truck at the receiving cemetery, holding the photograph I'd found beneath Frank's shoulder, thinking about restless sleep and bodies that move in sealed caskets. The receiving funeral home wanted to re-prepare Frank before the second burial. Standard procedure after exhumation: refresh the preservation, adjust clothing, ensure everything was presentable. I stayed to observe, feeling an obligation to see this through. When they opened the casket in the preparation room, Frank was in his reversed position. The director, a woman named Chen, carefully examined him before beginning work. The body shows no signs of traumatic movement, she said. If the casket had flipped violently, we'd see bruising, displaced tissue, broken bones possibly. This looks like he was carefully repositioned. But that's impossible, I said. I know, but look at how he's arranged. Hands folded properly, suit smooth, everything deliberate. Whatever happened, it wasn't chaotic. She began her work, and I watched as she gradually moved Frank back to proper position, head at the head of the casket, feet at the foot. It took time and care. A body that's been in one position for 2.5 years becomes somewhat fixed in that arrangement. Chen worked professionally, efficiently, and within an hour, Frank looked as he should have at the original burial. We sealed the casket. The second burial was scheduled for the following morning. Chen invited me to stay at the funeral home rather than find a hotel, and I accepted. I was too unsettled to be comfortable alone. Around 3 in the morning, the funeral home's security alarm went off. Chen and I rushed downstairs to find nothing obviously wrong. No broken windows, no forced entry, no signs of intrusion, but the alarm had been triggered by motion sensors in the preparation room. Chen pulled up the security footage. Timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. The video displayed the preparation room, Frank's casket on the table where we'd left it. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then the casket lid shifted slightly. Not opened, just moved, like something inside had pressed against it. The movement stopped. The lid settled, but for approximately 6 minutes, something inside that sealed casket had moved enough to trigger the motion sensors. Equipment malfunction, Chen said, but her voice lacked conviction. We went to the preparation room. The casket sat exactly where we'd left it, sealed and undisturbed. Chen hesitated, then looked at me. Should we open it? Part of me wanted to leave it alone, to bury Frank Morrison without looking again, without confirming what I suspected. But professional responsibility overrode fear. We opened the casket. Frank had rotated again. Not completely. He was diagonal now, positioned at an angle, his head toward the casket's side rather than the foot, like he'd been moving, shifting, trying to find a comfortable position. The pillow showed a new pressure mark where his head now rested. His suit was slightly rumpled, his hands no longer perfectly folded, and his expression, which had been peaceful, neutral, now looked almost frustrated, like someone disturbed from sleep they couldn't quite achieve. Chen and I stood over that casket in the 3 a.m. darkness of the preparation room, looking at a body that had moved again, impossibly, inside its sealed container. Frank always slept restlessly, I said quietly. His widow told me he'd move all night, end up in different positions, couldn't stay still. People don't keep those habits in death, Chen said. Don't they? We repositioned Frank again, put him back in proper arrangement, smoothed his suit, refolded his hands. Chen suggested we seal the casket with additional security, metal bands, reinforced latches, anything to prevent movement. But we both knew that wouldn't help. If Frank could rotate in a sealed casket buried underground for 2.5 years, our security measures wouldn't stop him. The burial the next morning proceeded without incident. Frank Morrison went into his new plot in proper position, facing the right direction, arranged as every burial should be. The cemetery crew filled in the grave, and Barbara sent flowers but didn't attend. 3 weeks later, Chen called me. Wade, I need to tell you something about the Morrison burial. What is it? The cemetery where we buried him. They've reported ground disturbance. The grave looks sunken on one side, raised on the other, like something underground is shifting the weight distribution. Are they going to investigate? They're not sure what to investigate. The disturbance isn't severe enough to warrant exhumation, but it's consistent. Every few days, the grave's topography changes slightly, different sides sunken, different angle. I thought about Frank's restless sleep, about 2.5 years of rotation in his first grave, about casket lids that moved in the night. Let it be, I said. Document it if needed, but let him be. You think he's still moving? I think Frank Morrison couldn't stay still in life, and death hasn't changed that. I think he's doing what he always did, tossing and turning, trying to get comfortable, rearranging himself in sleep that never quite settles. Chen was quiet for a moment. That's horrible, Wade. To be restless forever, to never find peace. Maybe for Frank, restlessness was peace. Maybe being still would be worse. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if Frank Morrison's consciousness persists in some form, driving his body to move, or if it's purely physical, some muscle memory or cellular process we don't understand that keeps him rotating, shifting, searching for comfort he'll never find. But I know his grave moves. Chen sends me updates, photographs showing the topography changes, the way the earth settles differently week by week. Always subtle, never dramatic, but consistent, persistent, restless. And I know that the photograph I found beneath Frank's shoulder, the one of Sarah from 1987, wasn't in the burial inventory. I've kept it, locked in my office desk. I don't know who Sarah was. A girlfriend before Barbara, maybe, or a friend, or a relative. But Frank was holding her picture when he rotated in his casket, had somehow kept it beneath him through all his movement. Maybe that means something. Maybe in his restless sleep, Frank holds on to memories, carries them through his endless turning, keeps them close even as he moves through positions he'll never settle into. I've changed how I think about burial since Frank Morrison. I used to believe the dead were still, frozen in their final positions, peaceful in ways the living never achieve. But now I know that some people carry their living habits into death. Some sleep restlessly forever. Some turn and shift and search for comfort that has no physical component anymore. Frank Morrison's headstone says, "Beloved husband, resting in peace." But I know better. I've seen the evidence of his endless movement, his perpetual adjustment, his inability to stay still even in death. He's not resting. He never will. And maybe for Frank, that's exactly as it should be. The photograph of Sarah watches me from my desk drawer, and Frank's grave moves in its cemetery plot, restless as ever, turning in eternal sleep that provides no rest. Some bodies don't stay where we put them, and some people were never meant to be still. Love doesn't always know when to let go. My name is Simone, and I've been an embalmer for 11 years. I work at a small funeral home in suburban Connecticut, the kind of place where we know what's into the families we serve, where deaths are personal and services feel intimate. I take pride in my work, in making the dead look peaceful for the people who loved them. Every body I prepare is someone's mother, father, child. They deserve my best and effort, my full attention, my respect. Catherine Hayes came to us in March of 2024. She'd been 43, died of breast cancer after a 2-year fight. Her husband Richard arranged everything: traditional service, open casket viewing, burial at Rosewood Cemetery. He was devastated, barely holding himself together through the planning process, but he insisted on specific details. Catherine would be buried with a locket, he said, a gold locket containing a photo of their infant son who died 15 years ago. The locket had been Catherine's most treasured possession, worn every day since the baby's death. I prepared Catherine with extra care. Richard's grief was so raw, so present, that I wanted everything perfect for him. I dressed her in the blue dress he'd selected, arranged her hair the way he'd described she'd worn it, and placed the locket around her neck. It was beautiful, antique gold, delicate chain, small oval, that opened to reveal a tiny photograph of a newborn with dark eyes. His name was Matthew, Richard told me at the viewing. He lived 3 days. Catherine never took off that locket. Never. She said it was keeping Matthew close to her heart. The service was heartbreaking. Richard could barely speak his eulogy. Friends and family surrounded him, trying to provide comfort for grief that looked overwhelming. When we closed the casket, Richard placed his hand on it and whispered something I couldn't hear. Catherine was buried on a Thursday afternoon in March in Rosewood Cemetery's newer section, Plot 84, under a young maple tree. Richard stood at the graveside long after everyone else left, and I stayed nearby until he was ready to leave. Some people need that time, that space to say their final words. 3 years passed. I thought about the Hayes family occasionally. Certain cases stay with you, but life moved forward. Then, in April of 2027, Richard called the funeral home. I need to exhume Catherine, he said. His voice was different than I remembered, harder, more controlled. I'm so sorry to hear that, Mr. Hayes. Are you relocating? No, I need to move her to a different cemetery. Can you help? We made arrangements. Exhumations are emotionally difficult, but families have their reasons. I didn't press for details. If Richard needed Catherine moved, that was his right. The exhumation was scheduled for a Tuesday morning. I wasn't required to attend, but I'd prepared Catherine originally, and I felt an obligation to see this through. Richard came too, which was unusual. Most families don't witness exhumations. The cemetery crew excavated carefully. The vault came up intact, casket seal holding. When we opened the vault, Richard made a small sound, half gasp, half sob. The casket looked perfect, bronze finish still gleaming. Can I see her? Richard asked, before you move her. The funeral director in charge of the exhumation hesitated. 3 years is a long time. Remains can be distressing. I need to see her, Richard insisted, please." We opened the casket. Catherine had held up remarkably well. The embalming quality and casket seal had preserved her enough to be recognizable. Her dress was intact, her features still defined, her hair still in place. But the locket was open. Richard leaned forward, staring. The locket hung around Catherine's neck on its delicate chain, but instead of being closed as we'd buried it, the oval was open, the tiny photograph visible, and inside, beside the original photo of Matthew, was a second photograph. Catherine. In this photo, she stood at a grave, Matthew's grave, I realized with a chill. The small headstone was visible behind her. She was looking at the camera, her expression serene, and the photograph was recent, clearly taken years after Catherine's death. Her clothing matched what she'd been buried in. The lighting suggested daylight, outdoor setting. "This isn't possible," Richard whispered. He reached into the casket and carefully removed the locket. Hands shaking, he examined both photographs, Matthew's infant face and Catherine standing at their infant son's grave. Then he turned the new photograph over. On the back, in handwriting he clearly recognized, was a date, September 12th, 2026, 3 months after Catherine's burial, 2.5 years before this exhumation. "That's her handwriting," Richard said. "That's Catherine's handwriting." I looked at the photograph. The date was clear, the handwriting feminine and careful, and the image showed Catherine, dead Catherine, buried Catherine, standing at Matthew's grave in full daylight, looking at the camera with an expression that suggested peace. "When was this taken?" I asked, knowing the question was absurd. "How was this taken?" Richard was crying now, clutching the locket. "I visit Matthew's grave every year on his birthday, September 12th. I've done it since he died, and after Catherine passed, I kept doing it. Last year, 2026, I went like always, but when I got there, someone had left flowers, fresh flowers, white roses, Catherine's favorite." He looked down at the photograph. I thought maybe it was a relative, someone from Catherine's side of the family. But now, he held up the image. Catherine was there. Somehow, Catherine was there at Matthew's grave. The exhumation crew had stopped working. We all stood around Catherine's casket, staring at the impossible photograph, at the open locket that had been closed at burial, at evidence of something we couldn't explain. "Mr. Hayes," the funeral director said carefully, "is it possible someone opened the grave and placed this photograph here, as a gesture, perhaps?" "The vault seal was intact," I pointed out. "No one's accessed this casket since burial." Richard was examining the photograph with increasing intensity. "Look at the background. You can see the cemetery name on a sign. That's Rosewood. This photo was taken here at Rosewood Cemetery, at Matthew's grave, which is in Section A, about 200 yards from where Catherine is buried." The implications settled over us like cold fog. Catherine, buried in Section C, Plot 84. Matthew, buried in Section A, Plot 12. Catherine's photograph showed her at Matthew's grave, a grave she'd never seen in death, never visited from her sealed casket underground. Except somehow, she had visited. Somehow, she'd been there on September 12th, 2026. Somehow, a photograph had been taken, dated, and placed inside her locket, inside her sealed casket, where it had remained until this morning. I need to see Matthew's grave, Richard said abruptly. Right now. We walked to Section A. Matthew Hayes's grave was small, a child's headstone marking his brief life. Richard knelt beside it, examining the ground carefully. Here, he said, pointing to a spot beside the headstone. This is where I found the flowers last year. White roses, fresh, in a vase I'd never seen before. I looked at the photograph again, at Catherine standing in this exact spot, at flowers visible in the image's background, white roses in a vase. Mr. Hayes, I said slowly, do you visit Catherine's grave as well? Regularly. Every week. Sometimes more. Has anything unusual ever happened there? Flowers appearing, objects moved, anything like that? He thought for a moment. About 6 months after the burial, I started finding things on her grave. Small things. A leaf arranged in a specific pattern, a stone placed on the headstone, once a feather tucked into the flowers I'd left. I thought it was the groundskeepers at first, but they said they never touched anything. What kind of pattern? I asked. The leaf was folded into a boat, the kind Catherine used to make for Matthew when he was sick. She'd fold paper or leaves into little boats and float them in the water basin by his crib. Richard's voice broke. She had 3 days with him, 3 days of making leaf boats and singing lullabies before he died. I looked at Matthew's small grave, then back at the photograph of Catherine standing beside it. Somehow, she'd found a way to visit her son. Somehow, she'd crossed from Section C to Section A, had stood at his grave, had left flowers, had been present enough to be photographed. The funeral director suggested we complete the exhumation and discussed everything later, but Richard had made a decision. I'm not moving her, he said. I thought I needed to bury her somewhere else, somewhere that felt less permanent. I've been so angry that she left me, so unable to accept that she's gone. But she's not gone, not completely. He held up the photograph. She's visiting Matthew. She's still being his mother. How can I move her away from him? We sealed the casket. We lowered it back into the vault, back into the ground, back where Catherine had rested for 3 years. The crew filled in the excavation, and by afternoon, the grave looked undisturbed again. Richard kept the photograph. I walked with him back to Matthew's grave, and we stood there in silence for a while. Do you think she knows I visit? He asked. Do you think she's aware when I'm here? I thought about the photograph, about the date matching Richard's annual visit, about Catherine somehow being present at her son's grave on the exact day her husband came to mourn. Yes, I said. I think she knows. Richard visits both graves now, Matthew's and Catherine's, every week. He leaves white roses at both, and sometimes, he tells me, he finds evidence of Catherine's visits to Matthew. Small signs, a leaf boat, a carefully arranged stone, flowers that weren't there before. I've seen the photograph. Richard gave me a copy, insisted I keep it as documentation of what we found. It sits in my desk at the funeral home in a sealed envelope. I take it out sometimes and study it. Catherine's face, serene and present, standing at her infant son's grave, years after her own death. The locket went back into Catherine's casket, both photographs safe inside. Richard insisted on it. She should keep it, he said. She's still visiting Matthew. She should have the pictures of both of them, the baby he was and the mother she still is. I've changed how I think about burials since Catherine Hayes. I used to believe the dead stayed where we put them, that graves were final, that caskets contained not just bodies, but the end of all movement and agency. But Catherine taught me that some love doesn't respect boundaries, not even the boundary between life and death. She's visiting her son, somehow, impossibly. She's crossing the 200 yards between their graves. She's leaving signs, placing flowers, being present in ways I can't explain but can't deny. The photograph is proof, and Richard, knowing this now, finds comfort in it. His grief hasn't disappeared, but it's transformed. He's not visiting two graves anymore. He's visiting two people who still maintain a relationship, a mother and son who somehow continue their connection across death. Last month, on September 12th, Richard went to Matthew's grave for his annual visit. He brought white roses, as always, and he brought his camera. He called me that evening. Simone, I took a photo today at Matthew's grave, and in the background, in the distance, his voice was trembling. You can see a figure standing at Catherine's grave, just a silhouette, but it's there, a woman's shape, standing exactly where Catherine is, buried. I asked him to send me the photo. It arrived by email an hour later. I enhanced it, zoomed in, studied every pixel. In the distant background of the image, at the location of Catherine's grave in Section C, there was indeed a figure, indistinct, blurred but human-shaped, feminine, standing in a position that suggested someone looking down at a headstone. Richard had been alone in the cemetery. No other visitors that early morning, but his photograph caught something, someone, standing at Catherine's grave, while he stood at Matthew's. Were they visiting each other, meeting somehow in that cemetery space, maintaining their family connection across the distance between their graves? I don't know. I only know that Catherine Hayes isn't confined to Section C, Plot 84. She moves somehow. She visits, she leaves signs, and takes photographs and maintains presence in her son's death that she couldn't maintain in his brief life. The locket is with her, underground, containing both photographs, her son as he was, and herself as she impossibly is. Evidence of love that doesn't know when to let go, that refuses the finality of burial, that insists on continuing even when continuing should be impossible. I prepare bodies every week. I place them in caskets, close the lids, send them to their graves. But I wonder now how many of them stay there. How many of them move through cemetery grounds in ways we don't see? How many of them visit the graves of the people they loved, leaving signs, maintaining presence, refusing to be contained by earth and concrete and supposed finality? Catherine Hayes gave me an answer. Some of them, maybe all of them, continue. They love, they visit, they persist. And sometimes, in photographs or arrangements of leaves or white roses that appear overnight, we catch glimpses of that continuation. The dead are buried, but they're not always still. And love, I've learned, doesn't respect the boundary of the grave. It crosses distances we can't see, moves through spaces we don't understand, and leaves evidence in lockets that open themselves inside sealed caskets. Catherine is with Matthew. Somehow, impossibly, she's still his mother, and Richard, understanding that now, has found a peace in his grief that seemed impossible 3 years ago. I keep the copy of the photograph in my desk. Proof that burial isn't always final. Proof that some people don't stay where we put them. Proof that a mother's love for her child can survive death and distance and sealed caskets underground. Catherine Hayes taught me that, and I'll carry that lesson with me through every burial I attend, every casket I prepare, every family I serve, because the dead aren't always as gone as we believe. Sometimes they're still visiting, still loving, still being exactly who they were in life. And sometimes, if we're paying attention, they leave us photographs to prove it. Some visitors don't need an open gate to enter. My name is Troy, and I've been a groundskeeper at Millwood Cemetery for 17 years. I know every path, every section, every headstone in our 40-acre grounds. I know which families visit regularly and which graves haven't seen a visitor in decades. I know the difference between fresh flowers brought by the living and plastic arrangements that weather into brittleness over years of neglect. I know when someone has visited a grave, and I know when they haven't. Victor Hargrove's grave was one of the forgotten ones. He'd been buried in Section 7, Plot 29, in June of 2020. No one came to his funeral except the funeral home staff and the cemetery crew. No one left flowers, no one visited. His headstone was simple: name, dates, nothing more. According to our records, he'd been a widower with no children, no close family, just another solitary death in a world that kept turning without him. For 5 years, no one came to Victor's grave. I verified this through our entry logs, our security records, even my own observations. Section 7 is visible from my maintenance shed, and I spend enough time there to notice visitors. Victor Hargrove's Plot 29 remained unvisited, unremembered, unmarked by any sign that someone grieved his death. Then, in March of 2025, flowers appeared on his grave. I noticed them on a Monday morning during my routine rounds. White roses, fresh and beautiful, arranged in a clear vase someone had placed directly on the headstone. I checked our entry logs. No visitors recorded over the weekend. I checked the security cameras at the main gate. No vehicles entering after hours. No pedestrian traffic. The flowers hadn't been there Friday afternoon when I'd left work. They were there Monday morning. Somehow, someone had visited Victor Hargrove's grave without entering through the gate, without being recorded, without leaving any trace except the roses. I assumed someone had climbed the fence, maybe a distant relative who'd forgotten the cemetery hours. We got occasional after-hours visitors who were too grief-stricken to wait for morning. I made a note in my log and continued my work. The following Monday, fresh white roses appeared again. Same arrangement, same vase, placed in exactly the same position. I checked the logs and cameras again. Nothing, no record of entry, no evidence of visitors. This pattern continued every week through March and April. Every Monday morning, fresh white roses would be on Victor's grave. Every weekend, the security system showed no breaches, no entries, no human activity anywhere near Section 7. I started staying late on Friday afternoons, watching Section 7 from my shed, trying to catch whoever was leaving the flowers. I never saw anyone. Saturday and Sunday, I checked the cemetery multiple times, driving through the grounds at different hours. Never saw anyone near Victor's grave. But Monday morning, without fail, there were fresh white roses. In May, I installed a motion activated trail camera aimed at Victor's grave, hidden among the nearby shrubs, set to record any movement in that area. The camera had night vision, timestamp capabilities, weatherproofing. It would catch whoever was visiting. The following Monday morning, there were fresh flowers. I retrieved the camera's memory card, certain I'd finally have evidence of the mysterious visitor. The footage showed Victor's grave from Friday evening through Monday morning. Nothing happened Friday night. Saturday was empty, no movement except wind in the trees. Sunday showed similar stillness. Then, at dusk on Sunday evening, something appeared in the frame. A woman who simply appeared between one frame and the next, no approach from any direction, just suddenly present beside Victor's grave. She wore a dress that looked decades old, 1950s or 60s style, full skirt, fitted bodice, dark fabric. Her hair was styled in an outdated fashion, curled and pinned. She knelt beside the headstone and placed white roses in the vase. She stayed there for several minutes, her head bowed as if praying or speaking to the grave. Then she stood, touched the headstone gently, and disappeared. Not walked away, disappeared between one frame and the next. She was gone. I reviewed the footage repeatedly. The woman appeared at 7:43 p.m. on Sunday. She vanished at 8:07 p.m. 24 minutes of presence, bookended by impossible arrivals and departures. I enhanced the footage, zooming in on her face. She looked about 40, pleasant features, sad expression. She looked solid, real, not transparent or ghostly or any of the things movies suggest spirits should look like. If not for her method of arrival and departure, I would have thought she was just a normal visitor. I took a screenshot of her face and brought it to our cemetery office. We have extensive records, including photographs from old obituaries and funeral programs. If this woman was connected to Victor Hargrove, maybe I could find her in our archives. It took 3 days of searching, but I found her. In Victor Hargrove's obituary from 2020, the one that mentioned no surviving family, there was a small paragraph at the end noting that he had been preceded in death by his wife, Eleanor Hargrove, who died in 1963. The photograph accompanying her death notice showed the woman from my camera footage, same face, same era, appropriate styling. Eleanor Hargrove, dead for 62 years, visiting her husband's grave every Sunday evening. I sat in the cemetery office, staring at that 62-year-old photograph, trying to process what the camera had recorded. Victor and Eleanor had been buried decades apart. She in 1963, he in 2020. Our records showed Eleanor buried in a different cemetery entirely, in a town 50 miles away. Yet here she was, appearing at Victor's grave, leaving flowers, maintaining a vigil that should have been impossible. I checked Eleanor's burial location, Holy Cross Cemetery in the next county, called their office and asked about plot records for Eleanor Hargrove. She's here, the administrator confirmed. Section B, Plot 37, buried March 1963. Is there a problem? Has anyone visited her grave recently? Let me check our logs. A pause. No recorded visitors in the past 5 years. Why do you ask? I thanked her and hung up. Eleanor was buried 50 miles away, unvisited by anyone living, but she was visiting Victor faithfully every Sunday evening, traveling between cemeteries somehow, crossing distance that should have been impassable, maintaining devotion across death and years and separate graves. I kept the camera running. Every week, the footage showed the same pattern. Eleanor appearing at dusk Sunday, placing white roses, staying 20 to 30 minutes, then vanishing. Always the same dress, same hairstyle, same gentle movements. A woman from 1963 visiting a man buried in 2020, as if the 62-year gap between their deaths meant nothing. In June, Victor's family contacted us about exhumation. A nephew had appeared, someone who'd been out of contact but had finally learned of Victor's death. He wanted Victor moved to a family plot in another state where his grandparents and other relatives were buried. The exhumation was scheduled for a Tuesday. I told the nephew about the weekly flowers, about the mysterious visitor who appeared every Sunday. He looked at me strangely. Uncle Victor never mentioned anyone named Eleanor. I don't think he ever married. Our records show he was married. Eleanor Hargrove died 1963. That can't be right. Victor would have been, what, 18 in 1963? He didn't marry until his 30s, and that ended in divorce. No wife named Eleanor. I pulled Victor's file again. Death certificate, burial records, obituary. Everything said he'd been preceded in death by Eleanor Hargrove, wife, died 1963. But the nephew's confusion suggested our records were wrong, or incomplete, or documenting something more complicated than a straightforward marriage. The exhumation proceeded on schedule. When we opened Victor's casket, he looked as expected for a 5-year burial, but in his jacket pocket, folded carefully, was a photograph. The photograph showed a young couple, Victor in his 20s, and Eleanor, the woman from my camera footage, also young. They stood in front of a house, his arm around her shoulders, both smiling. On the back was written, Victor and Eleanor, June 1963. The nephew examined the photograph, confused. I don't understand. Who is she? I did some deeper research. Victor and Eleanor weren't married in any legal sense. They'd been engaged in 1963. Eleanor died in March of that year, 3 months before their planned wedding. Victor never married, or rather, never married anyone else. In his mind, in his heart, Eleanor had always been his wife, even if no ceremony ever took place. He'd lived 57 years after her death, 57 years of remaining faithful to a woman who died before they could marry. And when he died in 2020, our funeral home had listed Eleanor as his preceded spouse based on his own instructions. Not legally accurate, but emotionally true. And now Eleanor, buried separately in a cemetery 50 miles away, was visiting the man she'd been engaged to, the man who'd never stopped considering her his wife, the man who'd waited 57 years to be reunited with her. We completed the exhumation. Victor's nephew wanted him moved to the family plot, and I didn't argue, but I wondered what would happen to Eleanor's Sunday visits once Victor was gone from Millwood Cemetery. The Sunday after Victor's exhumation and reburial, I checked my camera footage. 7:43 p.m., Eleanor appeared as always. She approached the empty plot where Victor had been, and she stood there for a long moment, looking down at the filled-in earth. Then she knelt, placed white roses on the ground where his headstone had been, and vanished. She hasn't appeared since. I've kept the camera running every weekend for 6 months now. Section 7, Plot 29 remains empty. No flowers, no visitors, no woman in a 1960s dress appearing at dusk. I called Holy Cross Cemetery and asked them to check Eleanor's grave. The administrator reported fresh flowers, white roses, appearing regularly now. Weekly, she said. Always on Sunday evenings, always the same arrangement. Victor and Eleanor are buried in different cemeteries, different states. But somehow, impossibly, the visits continue. Just in reverse now, Victor visiting Eleanor's grave, the way she visited his, maintaining the connection that death had interrupted in 1963, and that 57 years of separation couldn't break. I still have all the footage of Eleanor's visits to Millwood Cemetery. 23 Sundays of appearances, flowers, vigils, vanishings, evidence of devotion that survived death, that crossed distances, that insisted on maintaining presence even when presence should have been impossible. The nephew who exhumed Victor never learned about any of this. He has his uncle buried in the family plot now, satisfied with the relocation, believing the story ends with proper interment among relatives. But I know better, know the story continues every Sunday evening at Holy Cross Cemetery, 50 miles from here. Eleanor's grave receiving white roses from a visitor no one sees arriving, no one records entering, no one can explain except through impossible acknowledgement that the dead visit each other. Love persists. That's what Victor and Eleanor taught me. Not love that fades with time or distance or death. Love that waits 57 years. Love that travels between cemeteries. Love that appears at dusk and vanishes at night and leaves white roses as proof of devotion that can't be contained by graves or ended by mortality. I keep the camera footage saved, backed up, preserved, evidence that some visitors don't need open gates, evidence that some graves aren't as separate as we think, evidence that when you love someone deeply enough, you find ways to visit them, even if the journey requires crossing boundaries between life and death, between then and now, between possible and impossible. The white roses appear every Sunday, first at Victor's grave, now at Eleanor's. The visits continue. and somewhere between Millwood Cemetery and Holy Cross Cemetery, between 2020 and 1963, between living and dead, Victor and Eleanor maintained the marriage that never got to happen, the devotion that death interrupted but couldn't end. I'm just a groundskeeper. I maintain graves and trim grass and keep records. But Victor and Eleanor showed me that graves aren't always endings. Sometimes they're meeting places, sometimes they're where the separated find each other again. And sometimes, if you're watching carefully, if you have cameras pointed at the right plots at the right times, you catch glimpses of visits that shouldn't be possible, but undeniably are. Woman in an outdated dress, man in a suit from another era. White roses that appear without explanation. Evidence that love survives. Evidence that the dead don't always stay where we bury them. Evidence that some visitors will find ways to reach the graves of the people they loved, no matter what barriers stand between them. The cameras never lie. And Eleanor Hargrove visited Victor Hargrove's grave every Sunday evening for months. I have proof. I have footage. I have the knowledge that when we buried Victor in 2020, Eleanor found him and began her vigil, faithful and devoted and impossible. Now Victor returns that devotion. The visits continue, just at a different cemetery, to a different grave, maintained by a different groundskeeper who will never know that the white roses, appearing on Eleanor's plot every Sunday evening, are placed by hands that should have been dust 62 years ago. Some visitors don't need open gates. Some love doesn't need living bodies. And some devotion survives everything: time, distance, death, and the impossibility of crossing between graves that are miles and decades apart. Victor and Eleanor proved that to me, and I'll carry that proof for the rest of my life. Some graves hold more secrets than bodies. My name is Director Okafor, and I've been running Crestview Memorial Services for 12 years. In that time, I've handled every kind of funeral arrangement you can imagine: traditional burials, cremations, green burials, mausoleum entombments. I've worked with families from dozens of cultures and faiths, each with their own rituals and requirements. The diversity of death practices never ceases to fascinate me. But nothing in my experience prepared me for what we found beneath Walter Garrison's grave. The exhumation order came through in early January of 2025. Standard relocation. The Garrison family was consolidating their plots at a newer cemetery across town, something that's becoming increasingly common as families spread out geographically. Walter had been buried at Crestview Gardens back in 2018, a straightforward service, no complications. His widow had passed 2 years later and was buried 3 plots over. Now, their children wanted them moved to a family estate plot where eventually the whole family would be together. I coordinated with the cemetery management and scheduled the exhumation for a Tuesday morning. These operations require precision: permits, transportation arrangements, receiving cemetery confirmation, family notification. I've done dozens of them. They're routine, if emotionally heavy for the families involved. The morning was cold, that particular January cold that seeps into your bones and stays there. The excavation crew arrived at 7, along with representatives from both cemeteries and 2 of Walter's adult children, Michael and Jennifer Garrison. They stood bundled in winter coats, hands wrapped around thermoses of coffee, watching as we set up the equipment. Standard procedure is to use ground penetrating radar before any exhumation, especially for graves more than 5 years old. It helps us locate the exact position of the vault, check for any ground instability, and plan the extraction. Our operator, a woman named Denise, who'd been doing this for 20 years, rolled her equipment over Plot 42B, where Walter had been laid to rest. She made 3 passes, then stopped and made a 4th. Then she called me over. "Director Okafor, you need to see this." I looked at her screen. I'm not an expert in reading GPR data, but I'd seen enough scans to recognize the basic patterns. The vault should show up as a distinct rectangular shape about 6 feet down. What I was seeing was 2 rectangular shapes, one at the expected depth and another directly beneath it, deeper, at least 10 feet down. "Is that interference?" I asked. "Rock formation or old utility lines?" Denise shook her head. "That's another vault. Same dimensions, same orientation. There are 2 caskets in this plot, one on top of the other." Michael and Jennifer moved closer, curious about the delay. I pulled up the cemetery records on my tablet. Plot 42B was purchased by Walter Garrison in 2016, 2 years before his death. Single plot, single occupancy, no double depth notation. The cemetery had no record of anyone else buried there, no prior use of the plot. "Could be an old burial," the cemetery manager suggested. He was a young man, relatively new to Crestview. Sometimes record keeping in the early days was spotty. But Crestview Gardens had only been established in 1995, and their digital records went back to the beginning. Every burial, every plot sale, every transaction was documented. There was no mention of any burial in that location prior to Walter Garrison. We proceeded carefully. The excavation crew worked slowly, watchful for any anomalies. The first vault emerged exactly where it should be. Standard concrete, good condition, properly sealed. We rigged it and lifted it out, setting it aside while we examined the grave shaft. The earth below showed clear signs of disturbance. The soil was layered wrong, mixed in a way that suggested multiple excavations over time. And there, visible once we cleared enough dirt, was the edge of another vault. "This doesn't make sense," the cemetery manager kept saying. "We have no record of this, no paperwork, no plot sale, nothing." Jennifer Garrison was pale. "Is this even my father's grave? Did you bury him in the wrong place?" I assured her we'd verify everything, but I was confident in our records. Walter Garrison had been buried exactly where he was supposed to be. The question was, who was buried beneath him? The crew was unsettled now, moving with the careful hesitation of people who'd stumbled into something wrong. It took another 2 hours to fully expose the second vault. It was older than Walter's, weathered concrete with water staining, but structurally sound. No markings, no nameplate, no indication of whose remains it contained. I made the decision to open it. We had to know. The families had to know, and somewhere someone had buried a person in this plot and left no record, no marker, no acknowledgement of their existence. The vault lid came off with difficulty. The seal had partially fused over time. Inside was a casket, and it was like looking backward through time. The style was from the 1970s, maybe early 80s. Bronze finish, now tarnished and spotted with corrosion. The nameplate was still legible, though tarnished, in loving memory. No name, just that generic phrase. Michael's voice was tight. Open it. I hesitated. This was beyond standard procedure, beyond our permits, but we'd already gone this far, and the wrongness of the situation demanded answers. I nodded to the crew. The casket seal had deteriorated enough that it opened with minimal force. Inside, preserved better than expected by the sealed environment, was a woman. She wore a wedding dress, yellowed with age, but still recognizably white. Her hands were folded over her chest, and clasped between them was a photograph. Jennifer made a small sound and moved closer. The photograph was old, the colors faded, but still clear enough. It showed a man, young, maybe 30, standing in front of a house. He was smiling at the camera. That's my father, Jennifer whispered. That's my father when he was young. We all stared at the photograph, then at the woman who'd been buried clutching it. She looked perhaps 40, her face preserved in the waxy stillness of long death, her wedding dress arranged with obvious care. Someone had buried her with love, with attention to detail, with the kind of tenderness you give to someone who matters. Michael took out his phone, hands shaking, and pulled up a photo. This is my mother and father on their wedding day, 1978. He held the phone so we could see. The woman in the photograph was not the woman in the casket. Walter's wife, Michael, and Jennifer's mother had been a different person entirely. Who is this? Jennifer asked, but no one had an answer. We sealed both caskets and transported them to the funeral home. I spent the rest of that day on the phone with cemetery management, searching through old records, trying to find any mention of this woman, any clue to her identity. Nothing. The plot had been sold to Walter Garrison in 2016. Before that, it was listed as available, unoccupied, part of the original cemetery layout. Jennifer and Michael sat in my office that evening, both looking shell-shocked. They'd been calling relatives, searching through their father's belongings, trying to understand who this woman was and why she was buried beneath him. My father bought that plot 18 years before he died, Michael said. He specified that exact location. He never said why. Jennifer had been going through old photos on her phone. There are gaps, she said, in Dad's history. 3 years in the early 80s where we don't have many photos, where he never talked about what he was doing. Mom said he'd traveled for work, but she was always vague about it. I suggested DNA testing, genealogy research, private investigators, but Jennifer shook her head. I found something, she said quietly, pulling out her father's old wallet, which she'd brought from his house. From one of the inner pockets, she extracted a small, folded piece of paper, yellowed and fragile. It was a marriage certificate. Walter Garrison and Catherine Reeves married in 1981 in a small town 3 states away. The certificate looked official, legal, real. My parents were married in 1978, Michael said. In this city, we have the photos, the certificate, everything. Jennifer's voice was barely audible. He had two wives. The implications settled over us like a weight. Walter Garrison had married Catherine Reeves in 1981. At some point, she had died, and Walter had buried her quietly, secretly, in an unmarked grave at a cemetery that wouldn't exist for another 14 years. He'd purchased the plot above her in 2016, ensuring that when he died, he would be buried directly on top of her. Did Mom know? Jennifer asked, and I had no answer. We tried to trace Catherine Reeves. No death certificate in any state database, no missing persons report, no obituary, no funeral home records, no evidence that she had ever existed beyond that marriage certificate and her presence in that grave. It was as if Walter had erased her from every official record, leaving only her body and that photograph as proof she'd lived. The exhumation became complicated. Walter's widow, Michael and Jennifer's mother, was buried 3 plots away. Did they still want to relocate Walter to the family estate? And what about Catherine? Did she have family who should be notified? Did she deserve to be moved, to be given a proper marker, to have her existence acknowledged? Jennifer made the decision. We bury Catherine first, in the new family plot, with a proper headstone, her full name, her dates. Then we bury Dad beside her, where he apparently wanted to be all along. And Mom, she paused, tears in her eyes. Mom stays here. She deserves better than being buried next to his lies. It took 2 months to arrange everything. We had Catherine's remains examined. She'd died in her early 40s, cause of death listed as natural on the minimal paperwork we could find, though the circumstances remained murky. The new cemetery plot was prepared, and we held a small service for Catherine Reeves, attended by Michael and Jennifer and a handful of people from a genealogy society who'd helped with the research. Then we buried Walter beside her. No service this time, just a simple interment. Jennifer placed a photograph on his casket before we lowered it. The same photo Catherine had been holding, the image of young Walter smiling in front of a house. I hope you're with her now, Jennifer said softly. I hope whatever you did, whatever happened, you've made your peace. I've handled complex family situations before, contested wills, feuding relatives, secrets revealed after death. But this case stayed with me in a way others haven't. The image of Catherine Reeves in her wedding dress, buried in an unofficial grave, clutching a photograph of a man who would eventually ensure he was buried with her. It speaks to a love story or a tragedy that we'll never fully understand. Sometimes I wonder if Walter confessed to his first wife about Catherine. If she knew, when she married him, that there was someone else, someone buried in his past, literally and figuratively. Or if the secret stayed hidden until that exhumation, until the ground revealed what Walter had worked so hard to conceal. The new cemetery has 2 graves now, side by side. Catherine Reeves and Walter Garrison, their headstones matching, both listing dates that tell only partial truths. Visitors to the cemetery probably assume they were a married couple buried together after a long life. They don't know about the years of separation, the secret burial, the other wife who stayed behind. And back at Crestview Gardens, Walter's first wife rests in her plot, her headstone unchanged, listing her as his widow. Two graves, three people, and a truth that died with Walter and may have died with Catherine years before. I drive past Crestview sometimes, on my way home from the new cemetery. I think about that double deep grave, about how many other secrets might be buried in plots that look perfectly ordinary. How many people rest above or below others we don't know about? How many loves and lies are sealed in vaults beneath manicured grass? The earth keeps secrets well. It's patient, it's quiet, and it holds everything we give it without judgment. But sometimes, when we disturb that earth for practical reasons, relocations, infrastructure, routine maintenance, we uncover truths that were meant to stay buried forever. Michael called me last month. He'd been going through more of his father's things and found a letter, written but never sent, addressed to Catherine. In it, Walter apologized for leaving her buried alone, promised he would join her eventually, and confessed that he'd never loved anyone the way he'd loved her. He said he'd built a new life, had children, tried to be happy, but part of him had died with her. Should I show this to Mom's family? Michael asked. I told him that was his decision, but that sometimes the dead deserve to keep their secrets, that the truth doesn't always heal, and knowledge doesn't always comfort. I don't know what he decided, but I think about Catherine Reeves often, buried for decades in an unmarked grave, holding a photograph and waiting for someone who took 35 years to join her. I think about the devotion it took for Walter to purchase that plot, to plan his own burial so carefully, to ensure that whatever happened in life, in death, he would be where he wanted to be. Love or obsession, devotion or guilt, we'll never know, but somewhere beneath carefully tended grass, two people lie side by side, and the earth holds their story with the same indifference it holds us all. Mirrors in the mortuary business are necessary, but I've learned to be careful about what they might show. My name is Ray, and I'm a mortuary assistant at Fairview Funeral Services. I've been in this profession for 7 years, working primarily in body preparation and transport. It's not glamorous work. Most people don't want to think about what happens to their loved ones before the viewing, the cleaning and preparation, and careful cosmetic work that goes into making death look peaceful. But someone has to do it, and I've always found purpose in handling the deceased with dignity and care. Transport is a significant part of my job. We have contracts with 3 hospitals, 2 nursing homes, and the county medical examiner. When someone dies, I'm often the one who picks them up, brings them to our facility, assists with preparation, and later transports them to the cemetery or crematorium. You spend a lot of time alone with the deceased in this role, in the van, in the prep room, in the quiet hours of the night when the living are home sleeping. I've never been afraid of the dead. They're peaceful, silent, beyond suffering. Whatever they were in life, angry, sad, loving, cruel, death strips all that away and leaves just a body, a shell that once housed a person. I've always believed that. I've built my career on that belief. Marcus Hendricks died on a Saturday morning in late November of 2024. Heart failure expected at a hospice facility on the north side of town. He was 73, survived by 2 adult sons and a handful of grandchildren. The hospice called us around noon, and I drove out to collect him. The pickup was routine. Marcus was a big man, heavy, which made the transfer challenging but not unusual. The hospice staff helped me get him onto the gurney, covered him respectfully, and provided the paperwork. One of the nurses mentioned that he'd been a good patient, quiet, uncomplaining even at the end. She said he'd asked for a mirror the morning he died, had stared at himself for several minutes without speaking, then closed his eyes and passed peacefully. I thought nothing of it at the time. People do strange things when they're dying, make odd requests, say goodbye in their own ways. The drive back to Fairview takes about 25 minutes. I always take the same route, county road to highway, highway through the downtown area, then surface streets to the funeral home. The van I drive is specifically equipped for body transport, with a secured gurney bay and climate control. There's a partition between the driving area and the bay, but there's also a rear view mirror angled so I can check on the gurney during transport, make sure nothing shifts or becomes unsecured. I was about 15 minutes into the drive when my partner for the day, a newer assistant named Tom, radioed me. He'd stayed behind to prep another body, but had a question about Marcus's paperwork. I pulled over to check the documents, and that's when I glanced in the rearview mirror. Marcus Hendricks's eyes were open. I sat there, my hand frozen on the paperwork, staring at the mirror. The body bag was partially unzipped. I could see his face clearly. His eyes were definitely open, staring upward at the van's ceiling. I told myself it was post-mortem muscle relaxation, that his eyelids had simply opened during the drive. It happens sometimes, especially if the body wasn't prepped immediately. Nothing supernatural, just biology. But when I looked again, his eyes had moved. They were looking at me in the mirror. I pulled the van over completely, my heart hammering. I sat there for a full minute, trying to calm down, telling myself I was imagining things. The dead don't move. Eyes can open from muscle relaxation, but they don't track, don't focus, don't follow. I checked the mirror again. Marcus's eyes were closed. I sat there on the shoulder of the county road, hands shaking on the steering wheel. Had they really been open? Had I really seen them move? Or was I tired, stressed, maybe getting sick? I continued driving, but I avoided looking at the rearview mirror. I focused on the road, on traffic, on anything except the cargo in the back. When I arrived at Fairview, I parked, took several deep breaths, and went around to open the rear doors. Marcus Hendricks lay exactly as I'd positioned him. Eyes closed, body bag properly secured, no evidence of any disturbance. I felt foolish for my panic on the road. Tom helped me transfer Marcus to the prep room, and we logged him in. Our senior director, Mrs. Chen, reviewed the paperwork and scheduled the preparation for Sunday morning. The viewing would be Monday, funeral Tuesday, burial at Maplewood Cemetery on Wednesday. I finished my shift and went home, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen or thought I'd seen in that mirror. I'd been doing transports for 7 years without incident. Why now? Why Marcus Hendricks? Sunday morning, I assisted with Marcus's preparation. The embalming went normally, the cosmetic work was straightforward, and by afternoon he looked peaceful and presentable in his chosen suit. We positioned him in the casket his family had selected, a mid-range model in dark cherry wood, and moved him to the viewing room. The viewing was scheduled for Monday morning, but the family requested early access Sunday evening for immediate family only. Standard practice. Sometimes families need privacy, need time without other mourners present. I was cleaning up the prep room around 6 when I heard something from the viewing room. A crash, loud and sharp, followed by someone crying. I rushed down the hall and found Marcus's 2 sons standing near the casket, and on the floor between them was a broken mirror, one of the decorative pieces that hung on the viewing room wall. It fell, the older son said, but his face was white, shocked. I helped clean up the glass while Mrs. Chen comforted the family. They left, shortly after, clearly shaken. Mrs. Chen and I rehung a replacement mirror, and she left for the evening. I finished my cleaning, did my final walkthrough, and headed for my van. That's when I realized I'd left my phone in the prep room. I went back inside, retrieved it, and was heading out again when I passed the viewing room. The door was ajar, lights dimmed for the evening, and I could see Marcus's casket in the soft glow of the memorial candles. I don't know why I stopped. Maybe curiosity, maybe that lingering unease from the transport. But I stepped into the viewing room and approached the casket. Marcus looked exactly as we'd left him. Peaceful, hands folded, the hint of a smile that Tom had worked so carefully to create. I was about to leave when I noticed the new mirror we'd hung on the wall. It was angled oddly, reflecting not the room, but the casket, and in the reflection, I could see Marcus clearly. In the reflection, his eyes were open. I spun around to look at the actual casket. Eyes closed, I looked back at the mirror, eyes open, staring directly at the reflection of where I stood. I backed out of the room slowly, my skin crawling. I told myself it was the lighting, the angle, some trick of the glass. Old mirrors can distort in images, create illusions. But when I reached the doorway and looked back one more time, the reflection showed Marcus sitting up in his casket, his open eyes still fixed on where I'd been standing. I left. I should have stayed, should have investigated, should have done something. But I left, drove home, and spent the night trying to convince myself I was overtired, stressed, maybe coming down with something. The viewing Monday went normally. 50 or so people attended, paid their respects, shared memories. Marcus lay peaceful in his casket, eyes appropriately closed, looking exactly as a prepared body should look. Several people commented on how natural he appeared, how much like himself. But I noticed something. Every person who approached the casket would glance at the wall mirror, pause, and then quickly look away. A few looked visibly uncomfortable. One woman, an old friend of the family, approached the casket, glanced at the mirror, and immediately left the room without paying her respects. After the viewing ended and the family had left, Tom and I were securing the casket for the night when he said quietly, "The mirror is wrong." "What do you mean?" "Just look at it. The reflection is off." I forced myself to look. The mirror showed the casket, the flowers, the room, everything normal, except Marcus's position. In the reflection, his head was turned slightly to the side, facing the mirror. In the actual casket, he faced straight up. "Lighting angle," I said, but Tom shook his head. "I've been watching it all day. It's not the angle, it's showing something different." We covered the casket with the overnight drape and left. Neither of us mentioned it again. The funeral was Tuesday. Closed casket, per family request, which I found relieving. We loaded Marcus into the hearse for the short processional to Maplewood Cemetery. I wasn't driving. That was Tom's job for the funeral. I rode in the family car behind the hearse, but I could see the hearse's rearview mirror. I could see Tom's face. And halfway through the procession, I saw Tom's expression change, saw him glance in his rearview mirror, saw his hands tighten onto the wheel. At the cemetery, as we were preparing to transfer the casket to the gravesite, Tom pulled me aside. "I saw him," he whispered, "in the mirror, eyes open, looking right at me." I didn't know what to say. I wanted to tell him he was imagining it, that stress and exhaustion play tricks, but I couldn't, because I'd seen it too. The burial proceeded normally. We lowered Marcus Hendricks into his grave. The family said their goodbyes, and by late afternoon, the grave was filled and the mourners had dispersed. Standard service, standard burial. Nothing unusual except for what Tom and I had witnessed in reflections. That should have been the end of it. But 3 days later, I had to transport a body to Maplewood for a different funeral. After completing the burial, I found myself walking through the cemetery, drawn to Marcus's grave without fully understanding why. The headstone hadn't been placed yet. That takes a few weeks. But there was a temporary marker, and someone had left flowers. I stood there in the late afternoon sun, looking at the fresh earth, trying to reconcile what I'd experienced with what I knew to be rationally true. That's when I saw it. Near the flowers, someone had placed a small mirror, face up on the grave. Just a compact mirror, the kind you'd find in a purse, positioned deliberately on the soil. I picked it up and looked at the reflection. The mirror showed the sky above, the surrounding trees, and my own face looking down. Normal. Then the image rippled, like water disturbed, and for just a moment, I saw Marcus Hendricks staring up at me from beneath the earth, his eyes wide open, his mouth moving as if trying to speak. I dropped the mirror. It landed face down in the grass, and when I picked it up again, it showed only normal reflections. I took the mirror with me. I don't know why. Maybe as evidence, maybe as a reminder. It's in my locker at work, wrapped in cloth, face down so I don't accidentally see what it might reflect. Tom quit 2 weeks after Marcus's burial, said he was changing careers, that mortuary work wasn't for him. He didn't mention the mirror, didn't mention what he'd seen, but I knew that was why he left. I'm still here, still doing transports, still assisting with preparations, still working with the dead. But I've changed my habits. I removed the rearview mirror from my transport van. I avoid looking at mirrors in the viewing rooms. When I'm alone with the body, I keep my eyes on the body itself, never on reflections, never on glass surfaces that might show me something I don't want to see, because I think Marcus Hendricks taught me something important. The dead are quiet and still, yes. They're peaceful, beyond suffering, beyond all the complications of life. But maybe they're not as gone as we'd like to believe. Maybe some part of them persists, existing in the spaces between reality and reflection, visible only in mirrors and glass and the strange liminal places where light bends and truth becomes uncertain. I think about the nurse's comment, how Marcus asked for a mirror the morning he died. I think about him staring at his own reflection, seeing something there we couldn't see. And I wonder if he knew, if he understood that death wouldn't be the end of seeing, only a change in where he could be seen. The mirror from his grave is still in my locker. Sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in the funeral home, I think about unwrapping it and looking. I think about what I might see in that reflection, what message Marcus might be trying to send from wherever he is now. But I never do. Some truths are better left as mysteries. Some reflections are better left unexamined. And some people, even in death, deserve their privacy. The van's mirror is still removed. I navigate by turning around, by checking directly, by trusting my own eyes rather than reflected images. It's less convenient, but it's safer. Because in 7 years of mortuary work, I've learned that the dead are predictable. They don't move, don't speak, don't change. But mirrors can show anything. And sometimes they show us things we're not meant to see, truths that exist only in that silver-backed glass, in that space where light and reality separate and reveal what's hidden beneath. Marcus Hendricks is buried now, at rest beneath Maplewood's carefully tended grass. His headstone has been placed, his name and dates carved in granite. Visitors leave flowers, pay their respects, remember him as he was in life. But I remember him as he appeared in reflections, eyes open, aware, watching from some place beyond death, where mirrors are windows and the living can sometimes catch glimpses of what persists. I don't look anymore. I've learned my lesson. The dead deserve their peace, and the living deserve their certainty. And mirrors, those dangerous revealing surfaces, deserve to be avoided whenever possible, because sometimes they show us the truth, and sometimes the truth is something we should never have seen. The hardest part of this job is knowing that some conversations never end, even after death. My name is Funeral Director Hale, and I've been in the death care profession for 19 years. I've arranged thousands of funerals, sat with countless grieving families, and learned to navigate the complex landscape of loss and closure. People think funeral directors are just event coordinators for the dead, but the truth is more complicated. We're therapists, mediators, grief counselors, and sometimes witnesses to the most private moments of human despair. The relationship between the living and the dead doesn't end at burial. I've seen people who visit graves daily for years, who maintain one sided conversations with headstones, who bring offerings and updates and confessions. It's normal, healthy even, a way to process grief, to maintain connection with someone who mattered. Most of the time, it's beautiful to witness, but sometimes it becomes something else. Catherine Mills died in December of 2023. Pneumonia, complicated by a lifetime of respiratory issues, at age 68. She was survived by her daughter, Emma, her only child. The death wasn't unexpected. Catherine had been declining for months, but Emma took it hard. She'd been her mother's primary caretaker for the last 5 years, had put her own life on hold to manage medications, doctor appointments, and the gradual deterioration of someone she loved. I met Emma during the arrangement conference, 2 days after Catherine's death. She was composed but fragile, the kind of person holding herself together through sheer will. We discussed service options, burial preferences, the practical details that need attention even in grief's darkest moments. I need to talk about something, Emma said as we were finishing the paperwork. Something I should have said before she died. This isn't unusual. People carry guilt after death, regret for words unspoken, or arguments unresolved. I nodded, giving her space to continue. My mother and I had a fight, Emma said, 3 years ago, about my life choices, my career, my decision not to have children. It was terrible. We both said things we shouldn't have. And then she got sick, and we never talked about it. We moved past it, sort of, but we never actually addressed it, never apologized, never acknowledged what happened. And now, she trailed off, tears finally breaking through her composure. It's natural to have regrets, I said gently, but the relationship you had with your mother was more than one argument. The years of care you provided, the love you showed, that matters more than words said in anger. She nodded, but I could see she didn't believe it. The guilt was too fresh, too sharp. The funeral was held on a gray December afternoon. Small service, maybe 30 people. Emma gave a eulogy that was tender and honest, acknowledging both her mother's strengths and her flaws. We buried Catherine at Riverside Gardens, in a plot she'd purchased years earlier, under a large oak tree that would shade her through summers to come. Emma was the last to leave the gravesite. She stood there after everyone else had returned to their cars, staring down at the fresh earth, her lips moving in what looked like a one-sided conversation. I gave her privacy, but stayed close enough that she knew I was there if she needed support. Finally, she walked back to the funeral car. "Thank you," she said, "for everything." I thought that would be the end of my involvement with Catherine Mills, but a week later, Emma called the funeral home. "I've been visiting the grave," she said, "talking to my mother, trying to say the things I should have said before. Is that normal?" I assured her it was completely normal, encouraged her to continue if it brought comfort. "I was thinking," she continued, "about having her exhumed eventually, moving her to a different cemetery, one closer to where I might end up living. I'm not ready yet, but I wanted to know the process, the timeline." I explained that exhumations typically happen at least a year after burial, that there was no rush, that she should take whatever time she needed to make that decision. But something in her voice bothered me. Not grief. I knew grief. This was something else. Desperation, maybe. Or obsession. Over the next few months, I heard secondhand from the cemetery staff that Emma was visiting daily. Rain or shine, morning or evening, she was there, sitting by her mother's grave, talking. The groundskeepers mentioned it to me casually, not as a concern, just as an observation. People grieved in different ways. Then, in March of 2024, Emma called again. She wanted to move forward with the exhumation. She'd decided on a new cemetery, had made all the arrangements, and wanted to schedule the relocation as soon as possible. It's only been 3 months, I said carefully. Most people wait at least a year. I know what I want, Emma said, and there was an edge to her voice I hadn't heard before. I need to do this. We scheduled the exhumation for a Tuesday morning in early April. Emma insisted on being present, which was her right, though I tried to prepare her for what she might see. Exhumations aren't traumatic in the way people imagine. The casket protects the remains, preserves dignity, but they're emotionally difficult nonetheless. The morning was cold, with that particular April chill that promises winter isn't quite finished. Emma arrived before the excavation crew, wrapped in a heavy coat, her face drawn and tired. The cemetery manager mentioned that the groundskeepers had noted something odd about Catherine's grave. The earth seemed to settle and rise periodically, probably just frost heave, but unusual for this time of year. The excavation began. The crew worked carefully, removing the sodden earth in controlled layers. Emma stood back, watching intently, her hands clasped together like she was praying. The vault came up smoothly, and we set it aside while preparing to open it. That's when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The vault's seal was intact, undisturbed, but there were scratches on the exterior, long gouges in the concrete that looked almost deliberate. Is that normal? Emma asked, seeing my expression. I didn't answer. We opened the vault, and inside the casket appeared intact, but when we prepared to lift it for transport, I saw something that shouldn't have been possible. The casket's interior was visible through a small gap in the seal, and it was filled with dirt. Not the fine dust of decomposition, but actual soil. Cemetery soil, dark and rich, mixed with grass blades, that looked fresh, green, as if they'd been torn from the surface and pushed down into the sealed casket. The crew stopped working. Emma moved closer, her face confused. What is that? She asked. We opened the casket fully, and the reality was worse than that first glimpse suggested. Catherine Mills lay as we'd positioned her 4 months earlier, hands folded, dressed in the blue suit Emma had selected. But her mouth was slightly open, and it was packed with dirt. The same dark cemetery soil, with blades of grass visible between her lips, filling her mouth completely. Emma made a sound like she'd been struck. The crew backed away, uncertain what to do. I stood there, trying to understand what I was seeing, trying to find a rational explanation. How? Emma whispered. The casket was sealed. How did dirt get inside? But it wasn't just dirt. As I looked more closely, I could see the distribution pattern. The soil around Catherine's head was disturbed, pushed aside, as if something had moved through it. And the grass blades in her mouth, I recognized them. They were the same species that grew on the grave's surface, the same spring grass that was just starting to green up after winter. The cemetery manager called the funeral home, and within an hour, our senior director arrived. We documented everything, took photographs, tried to understand the mechanics of what we were seeing. Seal failure, groundwater infiltration, but the casket had been buried in winter, under snow. There was no grass growing when we'd laid Catherine to rest. Emma stood apart from us, staring at her mother's face, at that mouth filled with earth and grass. Finally, she spoke. "I talked to her every day," she said quietly. "Every single day since the funeral. I came here and told her everything about my guilt, about the fight we had, about how sorry I was. I asked her for forgiveness over and over." She paused, tears streaming down her face. "2 weeks ago, I was here at dawn. I was talking to her, and I thought I heard something, like a voice, but muffled coming from the ground. I told myself it was the wind, or birds, or my imagination. But it happened again the next day, and the day after that. A voice calling up through the earth, but I couldn't make out the words. I wanted to tell her she'd imagined it, that grief creates auditory hallucinations, that the mind plays tricks when we're desperate for connection. But I was looking at a casket full of dirt, at grass from the surface somehow transported through 6 feet of earth and sealed wood and metal. I thought, Emma continued, her voice breaking, I thought if I kept talking, kept asking, she might answer, might tell me she forgave me. I thought that's what I heard, her trying to respond, trying to reach me. The implications settled over all of us. The cemetery soil in Catherine's mouth, the fresh grass blades, the scratches on the vault, the voice Emma claimed to hear. We sealed the casket carefully and transported it to the new cemetery as Emma had arranged. But I recommended strongly that Emma consider counseling, that she take a break from graveside visits, that she give herself space to heal. She agreed, but I could see in her eyes that she didn't really believe anything would help. The guilt had rooted too deep, and now it had physical evidence. Her mother's mouth packed with earth, as if Catherine had been trying to speak, trying to call up through the soil to her daughter, who stood above, desperate for forgiveness. The new cemetery is across town, a smaller, older place with better maintained grounds. Catherine was reburied there on a Wednesday afternoon. Emma attended, but didn't speak, didn't approach the grave, just watched from a distance as we lowered the casket into fresh earth. I didn't expect to hear from her again, but 3 months later, she called. "I need to talk to you about something," she said, and I could hear the exhaustion in her voice. "I stopped visiting for a while, like you suggested. 2 months, no visits, but last week I went back, and Director Hale, there's grass growing on the grave." "That's normal," I said. "The cemetery plants seed on new graves." "No, you don't understand. It's growing in a pattern, in shapes. I think they're letters." I wanted to dismiss it, wanted to tell her she was seeing patterns and randomness, the way people see faces and clouds. But I remembered the grass in Catherine's mouth, remembered how fresh and green it had looked. What do the letters say? I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Emma's voice was barely audible. I can't tell. They're not clear enough yet, but they're forming something, a word, maybe, or a message. I advised her again to seek counseling, to step away from the grave, to let herself heal. She said she would, but I didn't believe her. The guilt was too powerful, the need for resolution too desperate. I drive past that cemetery sometimes, though it's out of my way. I've never stopped, never looked at Catherine Mills's grave. I don't want to see if there's a pattern in the grass, don't want to know if Emma was right about the letters. Because some conversations, I've learned, don't end just because one person dies. Some guilt is too deep to bury, some words too important to leave unspoken. And sometimes the dead find ways to respond, using the only materials they have, earth and grass, and the small spaces between sealed caskets and reality. Emma stopped calling after that last conversation. I don't know if she still visits the grave, if she's still looking for forgiveness in the patterns of growing grass. I don't know if Catherine ever found a way to answer, or if the dirt in her mouth was just the earth's way of silencing questions that should never have been asked. But I think about them both, mother and daughter, separated by 6 feet of earth, but connected by guilt and love and the desperate human need for closure. I think about all the things we leave unsaid, all the forgiveness we seek too late, all the conversations that death interrupts before we're ready. And I think about the cemetery soil, dark and rich, that found its way into a sealed casket, carrying with it fresh grass from the surface. The logistics don't matter anymore. The explanation doesn't change what happened. Catherine Mills's grave grows grass like any other. The pattern Emma saw, if it ever existed, has long since been obscured by normal growth and cemetery maintenance. The truth, whatever it was, has been covered over by time and nature and the simple mechanics of how graves settle and grass spreads. But sometimes, when I'm conducting a burial service, standing at the edge of an open grave, and speaking words of comfort to grieving families, I think about what lies beneath all our carefully maintained cemeteries. Not just bodies, but unfinished conversations, unspoken forgiveness, questions that echo in sealed caskets until the earth itself tries to answer. We bury our dead, but we can't bury their stories. We seal them in vaults, but we can't seal away the connections that persist beyond death. And sometimes, when guilt is strong enough, when the need for forgiveness is desperate enough, the boundary between the living and the dead becomes thin enough that messages pass through. I tell families now, during arrangement conferences, to say what needs to be said before death arrives. Don't wait. Don't assume there will be time later. Because some conversations, once interrupted by death, can never be properly finished. And the alternatives, the guilt, the desperation, the earth-filled mouths and grass-patterned messages, are too terrible to risk. Catherine Mills is buried now, her grave settled and green, her story known only to those of us who witnessed that exhumation. Emma is somewhere, living her life, carrying whatever resolution she found or didn't find. And I'm here, still directing funerals, still helping families navigate grief, still thinking about the day we opened a sealed casket and found it packed with cemetery soil as if the earth itself was trying to deliver a message from someone who could no longer speak. The dead are supposed to be silent. That's the fundamental truth of death, an end to voice, to communication, to everything. But Catherine Mills taught me that silence has many forms, and sometimes the absence of words speaks louder than any forgiveness could. I hope Emma found her peace. I hope Catherine, wherever she is, found a way to rest. But I suspect that some conversations never truly end. They just change form, becoming patterns in grass and dirt, in sealed spaces, and the persistent guilt that outlasts even death itself. And we, the living, are left to interpret the signs, to search for meaning in soil and grass and the small, impossible moments when the dead seem to answer back.